So hi friends, as I have discussed in to make a new project in Node.js and MongoDB CRUD operation. So in this video I am going to create a new project from very scratch. In that I will be doing this project will be totally backend project, and in this I will be doing Node.js and MongoDB CRUD operation. Basically it will not be only CRUD operation. I will try to create a fully functional Node application. As you are able to see on the screen, these all will be operation. For example, inserting the node, reading the node, reading all nodes, deleting all nodes, deleting node a single node by id, reading nodes by tag, reading nodes by the status, and updating node by id. So this will be going to full project where I am using Node.js as a backend and MongoDB as a database. And to communicate with MongoDB from Node.js, I am using MongoDB node driver. Okay, so before going to the tutorial, first I want to make sure you all guys are aware of what is Node.js and what is MongoDB, right? So let me describe you. Node.js is simply a very popular backend framework written in JavaScript. Node.js is a core theme of Node.js is event driven and asynchronous. So as I can show you on the browser official Node.js. So basically we all are aware of Node.js. It is a very popular backend framework in JavaScript, and the main core feature of Node.js is it is event driven and asynchronous. Asynchronous meaning it will not wait for your long running operation. It will throw you event in some future and you can react to that event, either success or failure event. And we will be using MongoDB as our database. Okay, so MongoDB is very with Node.js we can use many databases like MySQL, PostgreSQL, but in major cases we majorly use two type of databases with Node.js. One is MongoDB and one is MySQL, where MySQL is SQL database and MongoDB is NoSQL database. So and MongoDB I felt much faster than MySQL, but some people say MySQL is much secure than MongoDB, so leave those things for other day discussion. But as of now I am making sure that you are aware of Node.js and MongoDB basic concept, and even for this I am thinking to make a very detailed video of very core concept of Node.js and MongoDB. So in a later series I will make it, but for now this will be our step from very scratch. I am going to make project. First I will create the folder. I will create the Node.js project. After that, in the second step I will add all the required dependency. After that, all the basic folder structure. After that, basic file structure I will put. After that I will run the server. Once server is running, then I will try to handshake with MongoDB. And one more thing, in MongoDB I am using MongoDB Atlas. So let me see. MongoDB Atlas is nothing, just MongoDB Atlas is just a cloud service of MongoDB hosted by MongoDB itself. Okay, so MongoDB Atlas is not a very something, so it is just hosted by MongoDB. If you wanted to use your own MongoDB running on your own system, then you can do without any issue, not a problem. But for like I found MongoDB Atlas very simple, at least for programming test, at least for tutorial purpose. It is very simple, just hosted in cloud. You no need to install any MongoDB, any setup or all the thing, just plug and play. So I will be using MongoDB. So let's first start creating the Node.js project. So from very scratch I am going how to create Node.js project, how to fill the folder structure, and I am going to follow very high level file and folder structure, so we can learn that also. So let's go. So this is our VS Code. Before I am going to create in one of my folder I am going to create a new folder. So I will name this folder, this will be our folder. So let us name is MongoDB node CRUD. Okay, we can name it MongoDB node CRUD. Now what we will do is, this is a very fine way of creating a node project. We have multiple options like node starter or whatever, but this way I found much simpler. First step, just simply create a folder. This will be your project root project folder. So I created in my D disk. After that, go into VS Code. Probably you will be using VS Code, I am hoping. So go inside VS Code, open folder. So after opening folder, you have to select your that folder that we had created just now. So I have go to inside here. This is our project that just now I created. So I will select it. Now see, it will open it. Just see it. It is much simpler way to create Node.js. After this, now this folder is very empty. We don't have anything here, nor file, neither folder. So first step, open the terminal. Open a new terminal. Okay. Wait until terminal opens. Now terminal open. This step is very important. So what we will do is, we will write npm init by. What we will do is, npm init will create a basic package.json. As you already know, package.json is a very core entry level file of any Node.js backend application. Without package.json, we would not be able to add our outside or external modules. Okay, so this package.json is very basic thing. So first we have created very simple folder in our folder, that will be our project root folder. After that, I open that folder in the VS Code. After that, I am running this command called npm init y. Init will just initiate this, and what y will do is, it will fill everything default. So I will hit enter. Now wait, it will take some time and it will add one package.json here. So from very beginning, we are going. First we will create our first target is to run this basic server. We should be able to ping the server from Postman. If we are able to do that, then our remaining step will be handshaking with the MongoDB Atlas, and after that handshaking, just create the collection and document inside that MongoDB. After that, start doing our CRUD operation. See, now our basic package.json we have got. If I will open the package.json, it gave the name, version, description. Let me file it. Full Node.js and MongoDB CRUD application, right? Okay. And mail file index. So this text we can remove as for now. Later we have to add this here. So now in author, if you want, you can also, if you want to put it dash by, then it will ask each detail you in that terminal as well. So there you can also fill, but here I find more easier. So as author name, I will also put Kunjan Sharma. That is my name. You can put your name. This is very optional. If you want, you can put. If you don't, you can't. So after that, our first goal we did. We have created the new node project. After that, our second goal is to add required modules, right? Chorus, .env, Express, MongoDB, we all need. UUID we also need, and after that NodeMon we will add separately to restart the server on every changes. So before that, let me add a very basic file, index.js. It will be our entry file for our server. This we need at any case, index.js. So now we will add our required plugins module. So for that we will write npm install. We can also write -- save. It will save them. After that, let us see what we have to install. We have to install chorus.env express. Let us write chorus.env express and MongoDB and UUID. and MongoDB and UUID. Let me hit enter. We are installing chorus.env express MongoDB and UUID. Let me hit enter and wait for some time until it will install all those 4 packages. See, if you want, you can install all the packages one by one as well. No issue with that. But since we are about to save the time, see all the 4 packages, it will install at once, and after installing we can verify this in our package.json, right? So until it installs, it will take little bit time. We are doing our now second step. In second step, adding nodemon is still left. What is node or until it installed, let me quickly describe you what are all the packages. Chorus we are adding. Chorus is simply means for the cross origin policy, so this we may need. So this I am adding. If you wanted to call this locally, so you need to enable the chorus. .env we need to use env variable. Why we need environment variable? If we are storing some sensitive info, then we need express. We all know we are using express as a server. MongoDB, we all know we are using MongoDB as a database. So this MongoDB is a driver for Node.js, and this UUID, you may be aware of that, it is a package for generating random numbers. So now as you can see, our all packages got installed. We can verify it in package.json, chorus.env, express mongo and UUID. Now we have to install this nodemon. Basically we can omit installing this nodemon, but what this nodemon will do is, it will simply, each time we will save our code, it will rerun the server. So let us simply install, but npm nodemon we will install in a little bit different way. How? See, save test def nodemon. What we are telling our server is, we only need nodemon to install as a dev. In production we don't need nodemon, right? So dash dash it should be 2 dash, right? Dash dash save dev. So we are installing nodemon as a dev dependency. If you will see in package.json, after successful installation, it will be under the dev dependency. So once nodemon got installed, we will move to our further. Now our goal is to, after creating node, see, now nodemon also got installed, but under dev dependency, and this is in normal dependency. What happen is, this dependency we will use in production, and this all the dependency under dev dependency we will use in throughout our development only, maybe testing libraries and all, because nodemon is a module that will restart our server each time for changes, but this we don't need in production. That's why we added nodemon in dev, under dev dependency, so it will automatically omit when we will build the production of this backend. Okay, so now second step we did, right? Now our goal should be to reach to 5th step ASAP, to create and run the basic server, right? So for that we need to create basic folder and file structure. Okay, config folder, controller folder and routes folder we need. So let's do it very quickly. Okay, first folder I will create config. In the config folder we will store our all the config, for example node. Second folder I will do is controllers. This will be our controller, as the name is suggesting, controllers folder. Okay, you can first letter maybe a small or whatever you want, but I use the capital letter as a convention. So third folder I will create routes. In this folder I am going to put my all in this folder I am going to put my all routes folder. Routes folder should be independent, right? Not under controller. That's why I need routes folder. Index.json I already have. One more file I need, git ignore. So this file is also important. What happen is, if we will not have git ignore, then sometime when you are pushing the code, what git will do, it will add your this node module as well, that you don't want to add, right? The entire dependency of node. That's why we added git ignore. Even this we will use later, git ignore, but we have added it. So all the folder we added. Now what we are going to do is inside all the folder we will add files as well. So inside config folder we are having db config file, so we will add it like db config.js, right? In this we will do our Node and MongoDB handshaking. Okay, so config be created. In controller folder we will create one file and we will call it node controller.js. Okay, here in this file we will add all the controller logic and route. Here we will also create new file and we will call it node routes. Okay, fine. Now let's go to our the to-do list. We have created basic folder and file structure, config, controller and routes. After fourth step, we created db config, we created node controller, we created node route, we created index.js and now .env file. Why we need .env file is what happen is when you are using some secret sensitive info like your password or username, so that you need to store in .env, and that .env you will as in git ignore, so your secret should not be exposed. So .env I added also. Now let's see what we are missing. So till fourth step we did fine. Now our fifth is the major step. After that we will be doing Node and MongoDB CRUD. Fifth step is creating the code in index.js and run the basic server. So now let's do fifth step. So we have to create the code in index.js. So let's go to index.js. Right now our index.js is very plain empty. So we will go to index.js and now line by line we will write the code. First Express.js we need, so we will write Express equal to require. So one more thing I would like to say, just a minute. Express, here instead of const you can also write where, not an issue. But what happen is, since we are using const for performance issue, so const means this variable express will never get changed. So our JavaScript compiler knows in advance. Okay, so this will never ever get changed throughout the program because this we have declared as constant. So this will make our code very faster. Okay, that's why we are using const. So this we did. After that let me initialize UUID. Maybe later we use that. Version 4 of UUID we are using, ID v4. So later we need it, but I am initializing the same require. After that we will call it UUID. Fine. Okay. And .env we also need. We may need it. Require. We are taking .env directly. .env in this way we can initialize it. And .config means we will take all the default config of .env. 3 we installed. Now we need to describe constant port. Okay, on which port our server will run. So for this what we will say is, first we will pick the value from process.environment.port. Although we haven't added port in .env, but if you want you can add. But if we are doing, if port is null, so in that case we will give it 3003. Now if you want you can add the port in .env. For it what we will do is port equal to 3003. So one more thing, in port you can also write in this format. Both is fine. 3000 either equal to or either this colon, and whatever be, and even in the double quotes you can write, all is fine, but I will write this is convention we use 3000. Okay, I will save the project. Now we are trying to run the server ASAP, basic Node.js and Express server, so that we can start handshaking with MongoDB and start creating our CRUD. So port we have created. After the port, we need to initialize Express app as a app. We need to take the object of Express, okay, so that later we can use it. Now our next step will be taking app.use. What we are doing here basically is we are parsing each request as a JSON. So this we are adding as a middleware. Express will automatically do this for us. And one more thing we will add, what we will say is Express dot URL encoded. Okay, URL encoded in this as a one curly bracket, and we will write extended true. So this we are making, this will be our URL encoded as well. Now we are good to go. After that, now we can write our basic get request app. This is our get request. In the same way we can write post or put or delete or patch. So this will be our basic get request. This will be our path. On this our server will listen. After that, after path you have to pass 3 parameter: request, response and next. This next, if you want, you can omit. This is not needed. This next is just a middleware. For example, if I have to forward this request to another, so I will call like this next. So if you want, you can use this next, and if you don't want, you can omit this. It's up to you. So but I will use it because it is a common convention. Now after that, I will take the response. I will return a status. I will return 200 is a code for success. After that, I will return it as a JSON array. In that, let me write a status code. I will write 200. A status of response I will write as a string success. After that, I will write maybe client ID if you want client. This is simply, we don't need client ID, but to recognize, I am writing this UUID for package will generate a random ID each time we will fire this. So that's it. And message we may also write message, let us, so that we can know our server is working. So our server name is MongoDB node CRUD app is running successfully. Okay, so this we did. Whenever someone will fire basic localhost, then we will get this. After this, one last step, we have to listen our request app. So for that, we will write app.listen, and we have to pass our port number. Our port number we already declared. After that, as a callback function, if you want, you can initialize this. If you don't want, you cannot. So what I will initialize is to let us throw that our service is running. And just I will print console.log. In this I will take this string and I will write server started running on port, and will give our port number, so that we are using. So now this is our basic setup for server. We just, in the first part, we have initialized the Express, Second part, we have declared the port number. Third part, we have discussed, we have added JSON and URL encoded true, so that our each response can, as a middleware, we are injecting it. This Express.json is a separate package as well. We can also use that, but since it is by default in Express, so we are using. And this is our basic pingable GET request, that whoever will ping our server with this host, with this port number, he will get this response. Now we are listening, finally we are listening the server on port 3003. So now only one step is left to run the server. First we will save this. We have to go in package.json, and here what we have to do is, inside package.json, we haven't configured nodemon. To configure nodemon, we have to configure nodemon. So we have a script file. In this script file, what we will do is, we will write one script. We will call it a start, and in this what we will write is nodemon index.js. So whenever we'll fire this start script, it will run the nodemon, and each time it will make the changes. So second also is the same, node index.js. This is basically a script to run the server each time. For example, now our server should run. So it means now if I will fire npm start this script, so it will fire nodemon, and inside it will start the index.js. After that, index.json nodemon will start listening for each changes. Okay, the moment we will save our changes, it will run the backend, our entire server again. So now let us fire it. Our server should run, because in index.js we did all the basic setup. If our server, if we will get the message that server started running on port this, and after that we will ping this request from the postman by taking this port number. Now let's check. As we are able to see, it is very fine. Let's wait for 2 minutes. Okay, sometime in the first start, it is, see, this nodemon index.js, our this command from nodemon, this got executed. Our server should now, we should get this message, server started running on port 3000. Just a minute, sometime it will take time. So if it will run, then our only step will be to first verify, and after that we can create handshaking with MongoDB, and after that we will do the CRUD operation. Just wait for 1 minute. Okay, why? Sometime first time it will take time, or until it run, we will prepare in Postman. So for the testing the API, I will be using Postman, right? So there are some previous requests. Let me delete it. So if our server will run, then we should be able to, or let me create one collection so that we can work in that. So if our server is able to run, so we will be able to fire this request localhost 3000. If we will fire localhost 3000, then it should run this. Okay, it is still running. Server is still running. I'm not sure. Batching extension JS. Let me verify. In a script, start nodemon index.js, nodemon index.js, right? We said the same. So npm start, or let me discontinue it and let me try running npm run start. Okay, it should run, not an issue. It is saying waiting for clean exit. So what if I will ping the server? Will it be pingable? 3003 it should be, right? So okay, our server is not pingable yet. So we have to figure out why this is not running. App.listen we did, app.get, so basic setup we did, right? So why it is not running, we need to look. Because Express we have got as Express. Let's just from one by one we can see constant Express equal to we get required.env get port we got. After that app we got as express.json we have used, express.ur encoded and inside true we have used, app.get we had used. Okay, after app.listen and port we had used. It should work, right? So basically waiting for changes before restarting. So nodemon index.js, it should work. So restarting due to changes. It is saying clean exit, right? Waiting for changes before restart. Just a minute. So we figured the issue. The issue was by mistake we have added this app.listen port thing inside the get. So just we have removed the bracket. This is a small thing we have to take care. Now our server is running. As you can see, server started running on port. So now from Postman we should be able to ping. Our port number is 3000 and by default server is running on localhost. So if I will ping this, I should, as a get request, loc localhost 3003, right? It is not giving, so let us change. Server started running on port 3. Okay, it is running on 3000. Okay, here I gave 3000, so here also you have to give 3000. Now see, every time for that we have added Node.js. Every time we are making changes, Node.js is nodemon is doing its magic. For example, I will write some dummy thing, I will make change, I will save the file. See, it automatically reloaded to port now 3003. Now we will be able to ping it. So now we are able to ping the server. This is the client ID is generated by the UUID package, and whatever message we wrote, it is throwing successfully. So now our basic server is node server is set up. Now what we have to do is, we did first step, we have created a new node project from very scratch. After in second step we added all the required chorus.env express MongoDB driver UUID and nodemon packages. After that we created basic folder and file structure, config controller routes. After that we added these all db config node controller.js node router index.js file. After that we have created index.js and ran the basic server. Now our sixth step is to add entries.env file. So this entry will be, since we are using MongoDB Atlas, so when you will sign up to, it's very simple. I should give you a walkthrough. When you will sign up to MongoDB Atlas, you just have to try get a start. When you will press get a start, you just have to log in with your mail and password. After that, that's it. You can log in with your MongoDB Atlas. After logging in with MongoDB Atlas, you can go inside your, for example, if you will go inside your MongoDB Atlas, then, or if I am already signed up, so I will try to sign in. So basically it's very simple and straightforward. You just have to enter your detail, name and email, and they will create your account for free. You don't have to add your credit card. I will try to log in and show you. So okay, or okay, I will try. It will ask now. It will ask for password. So let me try. So my password, it is not recognizing. Let me type what it is saying now. Okay, still it is not recognizing my password. Let me try again. So it should recognize, right? So okay, somehow I'm not able to log in, but there I will show you. You just have to create the account, and after that you just have to, they will give you a or wait, I will pause. I was showing about MongoDB Atlas, so now I am able to log in. So basically this is very simple. Now I have logged in. So when first time you will sign up by submitting your email and password, so you will see this type of dashboard. After that you need to close it. You just need to set up, that's it. You need to go to network access. In network access right now you need to add IP, like I already added, that's why it is showing. If there is no any entries in your, then you may go to add IP address, and what you have to do is you have to choose add my not IP address. You have to add IP address. You have to allow from anywhere this 000-0, and you have to make it active. So what it will do is it will allow any type of IP address to access the MongoDB Atlas, but in production you should never do it. This we are doing just for the testing. So first thing, and second, you need to go in under database tab, that's it. After that you need to go on this section, and after that going to this section you need to copy this code, add your string into your application code. Just you need this code. This code we will need in our Node.js as a URL, and you should replace this password with your password, and I am having my username. So only 3 steps in MongoDB Atlas we need to do. First you have to sign up. After sign up you will see this dashboard. After seeing dashboard you have to go in network access, and you have to make sure you have to IP address, and you have to give access from anywhere, only for testing, so that we can use flawlessly. After that you have to go in the database tab. After going in database tab you have to take your URL that we will use, that's it. So now we are going to do handshaking with MongoDB, right? Our 7th step. So let us do in config file, in db config we will do this. So in db config we will do handshaking with MongoDB. So let me minimize this. We can minimize this as well, so we can work freely. First thing is we will import MongoDB client. So Mongo client, because since Mongo driver, Node.js MongoDB driver we already installed, that's why we are able to import it. And I will require MongoDB, because MongoDB driver I already installed, right? After that this .env I am asking here as well. I am importing here as well, because whenever you need to use the value of .config, you need to import it like this, because after importing like this on at most top level, now you can use .env. On third step, this will be URL that you will copy. So what I should, go inside your database, go inside this option, and inside go to this second option, connect your application to the cluster. Add your connection string into your application. Just copy this string beneath this, as we have copied it as a string or as a dynamic string, paste it. And this password you just have to change with your password, right? I will change it. Fourth step, now we will take this client. What we are doing here is in db config we are basically trying to handshake with the MongoDB. After doing simple handshaking, we will write our CRUD operation. So now we will take the Mongo client, we will basically initialize the Mongo client, sorry. After that, and here we need to pass our URL, okay, with the valid password. Make sure this will be your username, and this password, the whole string, you have to replace with your password, this one. That's it. Second thing, after that we need to make our DB name. So I will give my DB name NodeJs. So since we are working with Node application, you can give anything as well. Now let assume this is a DB. We are initializing because later we have to export this as DB as well, so that we can use it in outside file. So what first we did is we imported MongoDB, second we imported .env. So that why I imported .env is maybe in this password and this user name you will store in your .env, and these things you will replace. That's why I did. After last step, we will make a async function and we will call it main. You can call it anything. In this function we will just try to contact with MongoDB. After that we will add connecting with MongoDB Atlas. Even you are using Atlas or local DB, the process will be same. For Atlas we have this URL. For local you will just add localhost and your URL address that MongoDB cell will guide you. Everything will be same, nothing will change. Now we are communicating with Atlas, so we will simply write await and we will take the client and we will call this method. If you will hover over this method, what it is saying, contact to MongoDB using a URL. So URL we are already passing. So why we are using await here is, it means it will wait until it will resolve. Either it will give error or either it will give success, but we will not move to next line. So this is our code. After that, now we can write in the console that server established successfully with MongoDB, so that we can know that our server established successfully. After that, one more step we need to do. We need to take the DB that we have initialized, and after that we have to call client.db. What this will do is, this will create a new DB with the name NodeJs. So we will pass our DB name. So since Node.js is a document and collection DB, so how our structure will be, we have one DB named NodeJs. In that we will have all the document and all the collection under this NodeJs. So first we have created the DB, okay, and we name, you can give anything. In case I gave this. One last thing, outside this main function, now you have to call this main function. So we will write main dot, then again we are doing the promise chaining. This value, if you want you can take, if you don't want you can't, it's up to you. So after that we will do simple catch operation as well, so that if any error occurs, we may get notified that this error occurs. After that, now let us, in the error we will simply print console.log error, okay, it will print. And in the value tab we need to just if here also we can call it, if on successful as well, db db name, db name. So what is the issue it is giving? Okay, what it is saying, expected this, no wait, it should be like this, right? So what is the issue here? Just create, just copy this line, this I am adding here as well. So when it fails, then on success it will call. After that here also I will print the same thing. This thing here, just we are calling the method whenever this file gets loaded, that's it. Now one very last step, we need to export this so that we can use outside. So module dot exports equal to client and db. Basically db we will interact with client only, db we will not use, so we will interact with client only. That's it in our this file. Now if we will save it, and now we will load this file in index, so it should print server started, server established successfully, it should print. So for this we have to go to index.js, and now we can load this. We can say constant db config equal to, we will import it, require, we will go to config, inside db config .js. If you want you can add, if you don't want you can omit. By default it will add, but adding is a best practice. Now if I will save it, this inside .config, this method will get called, and it should handshake successfully with MongoDB, and after that it should print server established successfully. Now let me save it, nodemon will run it. Oh, it will not run because it gave error, because you remember I haven't changed my password with my password, right? So here I will pause the video and I will save my password. Now in .env I have saved my password. Now I need to replace this thing, so for that I will write this, right, process .env the name of the variable. Now I have loaded my password. In the same way you can do with your username as well. And how we are able to access environment variable? Because of this, we are using .env package, so this loaded our environment variable. Now if we will save this, it will not give the error. Let us save this. Now it will do the successful handshake with MongoDB. See, server established successfully with MongoDB. It is giving us 2 times because 2 times we added it. If you want you can remove it from the here, this log, if you want you can remove it. We no need that log, so that you can print only 1 time. So if you will run, now it will print only 1 time. See, server established successfully with Mongo. Now we are in the task list, we are able to do the handshake with MongoDB Atlas. Now we left only with 8th, 9th and 10th only. We have to now add all the expose API methods in the controllers. So now we will go in controller. We have to basically add this all expose API so that we can use one by one. So one by one, now our last step, we have created the Node.js project from very scratch. We added all the dependency, we created all the folder structure, we added all the files inside that, we created index.js and ran the basic server, we created .env file and added entries in that. We are able to handshake with MongoDB. Now we are adding all the exposed API method that we are going to create. So this all 7-8 method I will going to add inside node controller. So let me go to node controller. I will go to node controller, sorry, nodes controller, and here we need to add our all methods. So one by one I will add all the methods. So inside controller, you can see inside controller I have gone to node controller. We can minimize it. So now one by one I will add entire. So first, before adding, we will import the db from db config, right? This client that we are exporting, this we need, because this client is nothing, this client is db. So this client we need, so let's import it. Constant client db, okay, equal to require. Now let's access it inside config, inside db config, and as I said, adding .js is a very good convention. After that, let's import the nodes object. I will call it nodes. Now this nodes is our db collection. This nodes is our db collection, and we will access it in our all methods, this node collection. So for this we will write client dot db. Now here we will pass nodes because we have already created nodes db. So what this in db config this will do is, see, it is saying it will create the db if it doesn't exist. See, creates a new db extent. So we already created that, and here we are accepting that. Dot, since this is the collection, and inside we are creating a collection, that name will be nodes. So what this method will do, if nodes collection is not already inside the nodes db, then it will create a new nodes collection. This, and if it is already there, then it will just take that as an instant. Now we can use this nodes throughout all this file. And last step is we need to add UUID. Sometime we need it for generating our own unique ID. If you want, you can use any random generator, but since this is very straightforward and easy, so I will always use this. Now our all the setup is done. Now let's put all the method one by one. So first method will be inserting the node, right? Now I will quickly go inserting the node, and it will be of course a sync function. It will ask request, response, and next as a parameter. Next you can omit, as I have already discussed. So this 3 parameter and this. So in the same way I will add my all the methods. One is insert node, one will be constant read node by id. This we created. One method will be constant read all nodes. Here we will read all the nodes. One method will be constant delete node by id. As name is suggesting, we will delete the single node by the id. Another method will be update node by id. So we will update a single node by id. Another method will be delete all nodes. If we want, we can delete the entire nodes at one shot. Sorry, we can do it. Another method we will add read nodes by tag. Read nodes by tag. So basically what is tag, you will get to know. We are adding one tag inside that node, that general common sort of that, so we can able to filter nodes by that as well. One last method I will add, read nodes by a status, right? By a status we are also adding. So and last thing, you need to export. So last thing, you need to export all, so that we can use outside module.export, so that we can use outside the file. One by one you need to export all. Insert node, read nodes by read node by id. After that read all nodes. After that delete node by id. After that delete all nodes. After that read nodes by tag. After that read nodes by status, and after that update nodes by id. So this be exported as well, right? So now we can use, now our entire method is exported. Now we can fill this method. So we can minimize this. Now let us fill insert node method. So we have already our nodes collection handy. Whenever we have to do something, add, delete, remove, update, we will simply add this nodes collection. This node is nothing, just a collection. Inside nodes.db we are accessing a collection nodes. It will give us access of nodes collection, but it is saying returns a reference to MongoDB collection. If collection is already not there, it will also create the collection, right? So to insert the node, we will simply need from request body, we will need title, we need content, we need tag as well from request body, we need these are the field that we are see. This flexibility MongoDB give us, since we are not using a schema like Mongo's ODM. So whatever field inside node we want to give, we can give any type of field in any collection under the document. So this will be the element of single node object, title, content, tag, completed. I am going to design the full after it. Basically here I am doing object destructuring. I will extracting this all information from the request body, because whenever user will fire this insert node API, he has to enter all these things. So from where I will get this request.body, because I am doing object destructuring here. Okay, so constant, still it is giving error. So wait, it is giving error. Why? Where it is expected? Okay, just a minute, it is giving somewhere error. We can copy this. Okay, constant title, right? Title, why it is giving error? Request.body, right? So okay, it is giving error because see, I have missed this thing in all method, arrow bracket. Okay, sorry, very little things we have to take care. I will add one by one in all. That was the reason for error. So now simply this we are doing object destruction. Now after that we will prepare our data. So this will be the data we will enter to create a single node. So in this we will add multiple field. First, ID. See, ID I am adding in this format. If you will omit the ID, then MongoDB will automatically add a ID for you. But since I will be adding, but only thing is that ID should not be duplicate. Otherwise, MongoDB will throw you duplicate key error. So for ID, I will be using UUID. It will generate every time random ID. Title, I am doing object destructuring here. Title I am getting from the request body. Content also I am taking from the request body. After that, tag also I am getting from request body. After is completed, this also I am getting from request body. After that, one more field I will add, created at timestamp. So here simply I will add date, so that see at what time it got created and what time it got updated. So updated as, here I will also add, this is just a JavaScript time in a timestamp format. So after each time update, we will update this, and this will get updated only one time. So in this way we can keep track when it got updated. Now our data is prepared. From request body we are asking title, content, tag and is completed boolean value. So now we are ready to fire. We will call nodes collection. See, we already discussed here nodes collection. Now we are calling this nodes dot, we want to insert. So we will call insert one method. After that, you have to insert the data. That's it. This will insert, but we will store the result in a constant variable, const. We will name it insert record equal to this, and we will mark it await. And after that we will print it as well. Console.log, we will name it insert record, and as well we will print it as well, insert record. Fine. Okay, now let us return the response. We will return, or simply we can copy it from y2 type. From index.js we can copy this, right? This only we need. We will copy this from index.js. Everything is fine. Client ID we don't need. This we will say new node inserted successfully, right? And now we need to insert the data. Whatever this insert record we are getting, we need to send in the response, insert record. So now let us check our first method. Our first method should be working now. So before that we need to do a step more. One step more we have to make this, we have to go inside route folder, inside node routes, and just simply we have to, because see we are using the controller and route architecture, so it is little bit lengthy, but it is very best practice. So I will write nodes controller. Nodes, simply here we are importing our node controller, right? So let me make it node controller. Now we will give a correct path so that we can import it. Inside controller, inside node controller, and .js, don't forget to give, even if you can omit it. After this I will import router. This is express router. We need it since express we already added as a module, so we will simply write express and just we need to write router in this format. That's it. Now we will add our one more step. We just need to export this module dot exports equal to router so that we can export it. Now only one step. Now we are able to, now we can add our all routes here. So first route I will add is router. See, now I am going to add this insert node. So insert node should be post request, right? So router dot post, and just copy the method name. This will be our endpoint. So insert node slash insert node, don't forget to give slash. After that call node controller dot insert node. Okay, so in node this will be get fired, right? This we did. Now only one more setup in the index.js file. So now we need to in index.js, see, first we added node controller, and now we took this node controller and added router. Now one final step, we need to use this router as a middleware function inside index.js so that it can know that we are using this. So simply we will write app dot use. We want to append some API, you can use. I want to append API slash nodes. That's it, because one slash it is already having, and before it we have to import the router as well. So we will import it const node router equal to, let's do it, require okay, single routes. It should give us node router dot js, right? Now we will take this node router and we are adding this as a middleware. Now our router plugin setup is done. Now if we will fire slash API slash node slash insert record that we have set it in the node route, then this method will get fired, insert node, and this is a asynchronous method. In this we are accepting title, content, tag and is completed, and ID and created and updated we are adding. So let's now test it. So we will save it. I will copy from title to is completed. So it is giving some error. Let's see the error, what it is giving. Routes cannot find modules node router.js. Okay, because our name is node routes, right? You have to be very careful because I have used auto suggestion, that's why we need to do it very carefully. Our folder is routes. Inside that routes folder we have, what is the name, we can see node routes, right? Node routes dot js, right? Now it should not give error, we have changed it. Still it is giving cannot find routes. Okay, nodes route we have exposed, right? So why it is giving issue, let me see it. Now simply we added this node route inside our index.js file. First we imported node routes with the correct file. After, as a middleware, we have added node route. So, and we have just appended slash API slash nodes. So whatever API will be now inside node route, it will, we can call it, but since we have appended this slash API slash nodes that we have to also pass. So now let's check our first API. So from title to till here we have to copy it, because in Postman we are accepting as request body, right? This we can minimize. This should give us this status as a inserted record. It is fine. We will go to our Postman. Since our server we are already firing, fine. We will save it inside this new collection. Fine. Now we can create new tab. We will do localhost 3000, but remember it was slash API slash nodes, and now it was, I guess, we can copy the method. It was insert record, right? So we have copied the method insert record, and remember it is post request. Whenever we are, how is it post request? In node route we have made it like post, so it is post request. So we are accepting body, it will be raw and as a JSON type. So let's do this. We already selected all the basic detail that we are asking. We will just have to copy that. We just have to pass that, because title we are asking, it should be both, should be a string. Tag we are also asking. Okay, here we can ask complete node tutorial as a content. We can give yes, complete Node.js plus MongoDB tutorial by Gunjan Sharma. Sorry for publicity. And as a tag we can use as a, this is simply a field, so that later we can filter by the tag. And is completed, let's me mark it false. So since it is boolean value, so we can remove this. Okay, and now if we will, now we are able to fire the API. So now if we will fire the API, it should create the record, as we have made the insert record method. So let's see what happened. We have fired it, so it gave some error. Now let's fix this error. What is the issue it is giving? It is saying, no, it is not giving any issue, right? Or it give, I don't think so. So let me see. Okay, it hasn't given any issue. It should be 3003, right? Port that we have mistaken. Now let us fire. It is saying localhost slash API slash, okay, it is insert nodes, guys. Remember, insert node, it is right, not insert record. Boom, see, now it successfully inserted a status code, a status and message. Now to know that there is node or node, we will write two more APIs. One is find all node, read all node, and one is read node by ID. So let's go to node controller. Let's minimize it, and let's minimize insert node. Let's write in read nodes by read all nodes. So read all nodes is very simple. We will simply take it like this. Write all nodes. Now we will take our nodes collection. This nodes we are referring from here. We already declared this, and we are taking this client from the db config, right? From db config we are taking this client, we are exporting it. Okay, so from there we created NodeDB, and after that we are taking a collection reference of the collection nodes. If there is no collection called nodes and under the db NodeDB, then it will create and it will give us reference, but if it is already there, it will simply give. So read all is very simple, just nodes dot, you can say, find. If you want to read all, just pass a empty array, and to take that as an array you need to pass 2 array. That's it. But since it is a future, so you have to write await. Now we can return the response. So for that I will copy the response from insert record, and I will simply paste it here, right? We can give it a space, so we can write here all nodes fetched successfully, and here we can write nodes, and in this we can write return all the nodes, right? So now read all nodes method we have to add in our node route. We are already exporting it, so now let's quickly add it here. So read all nodes, since we have to read, so it will be get method, right? So read all nodes, node controller dot, what we need, read all nodes, right? Now we can save it. Now let's go to Postman, create one more, make it localhost 3003. Our signature is /API /read all nodes, right? It's a GET request. When we will fire this, then we have right now only one node, this one. We should get this nodes, right? Let us fire and see. Oh sorry, it should be GET request, right? /API /read all nodes, but why it is not giving /read all nodes? What is the issue? Let us check. Okay, return you need to add, right? If you will not add return, then how it will get? So return you need to add, and after that we made it GET request, right? /read all nodes, it should give us, right? So GET request, still it is saying cannot get /API localhost /API. Okay, sorry, we have forgotten this nodes parameter. See, we have to, now we can fire. See, we got all the nodes. Right now we have, okay, so it is giving me 4 to 5 node, because maybe earlier I had added this node, so that's why it is giving. What happened is, earlier I made the same collection, same DB NodeDB under the same collection node, that's why it is having some earlier record. So what we can do is we can print the length of all the total nodes, and we can print the number as well, right? So we can see how many nodes we are getting. So let us fire now. See, our total node count is 3. So one we added, our node was this one, complete node tutorial. Let us find this complete node tutorial. This one is large. So now let's delete these 2 dummy nodes that I added, and in this way we will do our delete method as well. Okay, so now let's minimize it. We did our insert node method, we are able to insert. Let's try one more insert. We can write this CRUD operation successful. Okay, we can write here, yes, we are able to do CRUD with MongoDB database in Node.js backend, right, is completed. We can make it true because okay, now if we will fire, then we have to have 4 nodes. See, it said new node created successfully. Now right now our total node count is 3 and we don't have these nodes, right? This is first node, second node, third node. So now if we will fire again, we have to count 4. See, total node count is 4 and it should be in last. See, CRUD operation successful. So since this 2 is dummy that earlier I added, that maybe, so let's delete this 2 and in this way we will also learn delete method. So now we did insert, we did read all node. Now let's fill up delete node. So delete node by id. So for that, what I will take is const I will accept for deleting node, as the name suggests we are deleting node by id, so we need the id of that node. So I will accept node id as a request parameter, right? So I will write request dot params, request dot params. Fine. We need to insert this node id as a params. After that we will take nodes collection, nodes dot we need to fire a method called delete one. In this method we just have to pass id of which or any attribute you can fire, but see, in this case we are taking the node id, so we will fire pass node id. This one we want to delete, right? Or here we can make it await method as well, or let's do it the asynchronous chaining. So if delete is successful, then I will handle here. If some error happened, then I will handle it here. Okay, now let me copy this return statement so that we can use here as well. If everything is successful, then I will say node deleted successfully, right? And inside result, let me pass result, right? And if something is error, so in this case I will also write error, means it must be internal error. So I will give 500 code and I will make it while we are handling this, if in case something happened wrong. So we will delete this and message we will write error occurred while deleting node, right? So that we can know. Now our this delete method, simply we took the collection and we have node method. First option is filter, second is options we can also give, and callback we are already executing, then and catch. So in filter we just pass delete that one node which one is having id, this node id. So we need to copy this delete node by id, we need to add in our new route. As usual we will write router dot, since we are deleting it will be delete and note the name of, and see here we will also accept node id in the request param, because we are, see here we are accepting node id in a request param. Here we are doing object destructuring. Here we can also write like request dot params dot node id. Both is the same thing, but since here we are doing object destructuring, since we have large items, so doing for all for one by one doesn't feels good, so we are doing object destructuring. So now we did this. This is a syntax to add some dynamic request param. You can add as many as you want. Now I will write node controller and the method, what was that, delete node by id, right? Now we are good to go. So if I will copy it, if I will save it, server it started. Okay, now delete node by id. Now let's go to here, make one new method, call it localhost API slash, pass it delete node by id. It should be delete, right? And now we have to pass the id of some node. So for example, I want to delete this title and content and dummy node. So I will copy the id and let's try to delete what it says. So copy the id and let's fire it, what it says. So it is saying node deleted successfully and delete count is 1. So if this is the case, then right now our total node count is 4. If we will run again, it should be 3, and this node with title as a title and content as a content and tag as a tag and is completed as a it completed, it should not be there. Let us fire us. Exactly, now we got total node 3 and that title thing is not there. Okay, so in the same way I will remove this one also, keep going thing. I will copy the id. So we have successfully tested our delete node, right? Very simple, we just copy the id, we will fire it. Again same thing. Now we need to see a 2 node and the count should be 2, and this keep going and something will happen, should not be there. Let us fire it. Okay, so total node is 2 now. Whatever we have added, now it is 2 nodes. So now we did delete node as well. Let us minimize this. We did read all nodes. Let us minimize it. We did insert node. Now in the same way we need to do update node. Then we can finish the CRUD operation. So for update node, the same thing we will do. For updating node as well, I need id of node id as a request param. Fine. So I will paste it, and after that, for updating the node, we have to make a object first. Update. I will call it update node equal to, it will be array. And in this is a basically Mongo syntax. When you want to update, then you have to do it like set. After that, what basically entire field one by one we have to add. So from request dot body dot title I will get content, or basically content I will copy till request dot body so that we can paste, right? Dot content. After that, what we have, each completed, each completed. After that, tag, whatever tag user will enter, we will add that tag as well, right? And notice one more thing, updated it. Whenever it will get updated, we will update the timestamp. For simply, we will add new JavaScript date object. It will act as a timestamp. So this we made a update object. After that, now we can call nodes collection dot, we have method called update one. We will call this update one method, and first, just as a delete, we need to pass the id, which node we want to update. So the node with having id as a this id, and we will pass this id as a request param. After that, you have to pass the update node that we just now created. After that, in the same way, you can write updated node successfully. So this thing I will see, this then thing I will copy from the delete method. So simply I will write this. Okay, one dot you have to remove. So node, just I will change updated successfully error while updating node. We have copied and pasted and saved our time. So now our node should get updated, but for this as well we have to add the routing as we have did for all. Go to node route. Now go here, router dot. For update we may use put or patch. We can also use put is commonly used for update. So we will do this, and since we are also accepting dynamic ID, node ID to update the node, we will do this. After that, take the node controller, from there we will get update node by ID. Fine. Now our node should API is ready. Let's go to Postman, test it. So first let's call the method localhost. Instead it call update node by ID. It should be put method. In the body, request body, we are asking all the JSON. So for whatever we are giving for insert, we will give here as well. Or let's see which node we want to update. Maybe we want to update this node, right? So we will copy this, so we don't have to write complete node tutorial we wanted to update. So let's paste this. Just we will write so that we can see it is updated. I will write here updated. Okay, I will write here updated. Now to fire it, first you need to add the ID, because after it I am expecting ID. So this ID I need to give, because we are accepting ID as well. So let's give this ID, and request body be also giving. So let's fire it. See, nodes updated successfully, acknowledge true. One issue with MongoDB is while updating it will not give you updated node. So if you want to get updated, so here we just added this updated in bracket, so we can run find read all nodes. In that we can see in that we have added this updated, so it is updating successfully, but here we are not getting the ID, right? So for that we have one more thing. In node controller, instead of update one, we can try find one and update. This should at least give us some clue. Let us see. Find one and update. So this time I will add updated bracket as here also, so that we can recognize, and here we will as -1. So now I will fire it. I added update. Instead of update one, I added different method called find one and update. What it is saying, it will find a document and update it in one atomic operation, and let's see what it returns. So if I will fire it, see, at least it gave me the value, but it gave me the previous value, right? So it gave me some different thing, but it gave me the previous value. But if we will now fire again our update read all API, sorry, that was insert. If we will find our read all API, see, update -1 and updated. It is updating successfully. So now we did our insert operation, read all operation, delete node operation, and update operation. So now let's do read one operation as well, read node by ID. This we can also do. So we need to do read single node by id. In the same way we are deleting it. So let's go to read node by id. So again here we need the id in form of, we will accept in form of request param. So we will copy it and let us paste it here. After that let's call it simply const single node, right? Const single node, since it will be asynchronous. So await nodes dot, we have a method called MongoDB, a method called find one, and in this find one, as usual, you have to give the id. So our id property, and what will be the id? id will be node id that we are accepting as a request params. So now that's it. Now we will take this response and we will return the node. We can do the method chaining here as well, since we are doing await call. So it will wait code this in asynchronous function. This await is making this line to act as a synchronous. This line will wait until this promise get resolved. This promise may be rejected or promise may be fulfilled, but it will wait, it will act as a synchronous. So we are, if we want, we can remove the await, and we can do in this way, in chaining way also, but for that we have to remove this await. Anyway, is fine. So for this I will make it node fetched successfully. Okay, and inside, instead of nodes, I will make it single node, right? It should give me single node. So for this also we need to add the routing. Go to node route. Let's add it here. Router dot, this will be get request slash the name. We are also accepting node id, right? So node id. After that, node controller dot, what is it? Read node by id, right? Okay, so now it is done. Now we can save the file and restart the server. Now go again one more method. Now tab, let's call it read node by id. It will be get request, and in the id we are accepting something. So let's pass this id. Complete node tutorial. It should give us the node by this id, right? So let's pass this id and see what it is giving. Localhost API/node read nodes by id. It's throws some error or what? No error, it hasn't thrown. See, maybe localhost /API/node/read node by id. Let us check. Read node by id. Here it is read node by id, right? Here it is read node by id. Return also we did. Read node by id we are also doing here. Read node by id we did. So what is the issue in this? It should run, right? Read node by id, and id we have passed. Okay, see node fetched successfully, and it give us the complete node tutorial node. So whatever id we will pass here, it will give us. Let me pass this id, this one, CRUD operation successful. Let me copy the id, and see this id we are generating by using NodeMon. If you want, if you will leave this id field in our node controller while creating the node, if you will leave this id field, if you will remove this, then NodeMon will MongoDB will automatically generate some random id. So since we want more control over our id generation, so I am using external very popular package for random id generation, UUID version 4. So we are checking our read. So we have pasted the I have pasted the updated id. It should now give me updated different one. I have pasted it. Let me fire it. See, now I got the CRUD operation successful. So since this is our base API, this is our inserting the node API, this is our reading all the nodes. Now we must have 5 or 4 nodes. Okay, just 3 nodes. This is our deleting the node API. This is our updating the node, that we also did in a very clean way. And this is our reading one node, that we also did. Now in the same way you can do all the function. If you want to delete all the node, in the same way you can do. If you want to read nodes by tag or read nodes by status, in the same way. Let's see, let me show you read nodes by tag, how it will work. So read nodes by tag, copy the entire thing of ID, we will do in the same way. So go inside read nodes by tag, right? We will copy it. Note ID we receive, instead of note ID we will receive note tag, right? And instead of ID we will pass tag, and we will pass it note tag, because now we will read from note tag. Note fetched note by tag, fetched successfully, right? So note by tag fetched successfully. Now let's arrange it in our routing. It's done, right? We just took the note instead of note by ID. Now we will take note tag, and since we already have tag field, we will filter the first note that we will find. See, which is the first document that matches the filter with this, and we will return the result. So we will go to note routes. We will make router dot, since this is get function, get API call, it will be no read by tag, and dynamic ID we have named it as node tag. See, whatever you will name it here, node tag, in the same way you have to pass it here. Okay, that we did. After that we will do node controller dot read note by tag, we are doing, right? This is done. We can run it. Now let's go to Postman. Let's go to again here, let's run it. Localhost insert note, let's call it read note by tag. What is the tag? Let's find some tag. General is the tag, right? All the tag is general. So basically all the tag is general, so it will give me, if all the tag is general, then it will give us only one result, because since we are doing find one, right? So it will give us only one. See, first one it will give, whatever first one it will find with the tag general, it will give. If we will do it instead of find one, if we will do it find all. See, if we will do it simply find all, that we as we did in notes.find. So let's see what find will return. It should return our all the documents by this tag, right? So let's see. Okay, no, it will not return. So for this we have to do the same thing. Dot to array, try to array. Let's see what it gives. It should give us all the nodes. So let's see, here it is. Now see, it is acting like a node. So if it is so, let's just update some, since all the node tag is general, let us update some nodes. Let us update this node by tag. Tag we can mark it done. Okay, let us update this node. Now let us, instead of general, give us the tag done. It should give us only one. See, get updated value. If you will pass general, it will give you all. If you will pass tag, it will give you only one. See, it will give you all, right? So now one this read notes by tag we also did. Now let's do read notes by status. This is the same, just copy this, because since we are also having the status field in insert nodes, see, we are fetching nodes by id, we fetched just now by tag. Now we can also fetch by the completed status. With this we are going to fetch read note by status. Let's see, we have copied all. Instead of this we will name it status, or let's call it note status, right? Call it note status. And instead, no, the name is completed, right? So, and we need to call it note status. And if we want, we can write it find one, and we can remove the to array. But what I found is even this is good. Like if it is having multiple result, it will return multiple, and if it is having only one, it will return only one. This one I found good, so I will write it note by a status fetched successfully, right? Single note. But this also we have to add in our router. Let's see, add it, since this is also get request, so we will add like status. So I will make it, we have named it as a node status, right? A node status. So whatever you will name it, you have to like whatever naming you are accepting here, the same name of request param you have to give here. Don't forget to give this symbol. This symbol say it is dynamic. Now give node controller dot read note by status. Now we are able to read this. So since all the note is having a status true, so what we can do is, since all the note is having a status true, so what we can do is wait, we will update some nodes with having a status all the node is having a status false. So I have updated one node with having a status true. Let me update it. Fine. Now let me call the API. The name was in read note by status, and in the request param we have to find false or true. So I have found the false status, request will be get. So let it. It is saying note by status fetched successfully. It is showing there is no. Okay, but input we have did. Okay, from false there is no note. Okay, so let's try with true, right? So from true also there we don't have note, but we should have, right? Since I will fetch all note, so each completed true. Are we doing some mistake? So each completed, okay, all the each completed is true. We have 3 nodes and all is true, so at least one should be false, right? Let me update it. It updated successfully, but once is false it should return. Let us see the code, what mistake we are doing. Note status, each completed note status, note dot find single note, it should give, right, to array. So let's do this find one and remove the to array, so it will give you first ever note, and each completed is the property. We are sure about that is completed. Fine. So if we will run it, null. Okay, got it. What may be happening is this boolean value, it is not recognizing. I got it. That is the issue. So this you can change it later in our DB schema. But I can remind you, since we created insert node, we created read node by id, we created read all node, we created update node, we created read nodes by tag, we created read nodes by status, and we created in a proper file format. First we created the entire project from very scratch. We added all the required dependency in package.js, and after that we added node mount servers to run it. After that we loaded the script. After that we in index.js we ran the basic server. After that in config file we did the handshake with MongoDB client, all with MongoDB driver. We are using MongoDB Atlas. Here you can add your own password in the URL. How you will get this, that I have showed you. Everything in a very neat and clean way we did. So as we will see our to-do list, we have did all the entire method. 10th episode we also did. Okay, so only one method is left. Update this one, delete all API. So delete all API is very simple. So you will just pass, instead of, if I will show you, just copy delete over note, and if you will pass this one, right, delete, and if we can check to their MongoDB official doc as well, what they are saying there. Basically for deleting the note, if you will pass empty array in delete, then they will delete the all, as I am sure. Here they are doing only one delete. Wait, delete many. Okay, got it. Query delete many, got it. So it must have some method. I will show you. Delete delete many, what it is saying, to remove. Okay, so if you will remove this ID, then it will delete entire notes, entire documents inside notes collection under NodeJs. So you can add this as a all node deleted while deleting all nodes. And in the same way you can add this delete all node routes here, right? This will be router dot delete, right? So this delete all nodes, node controller dot delete all nodes. If you will fire, basically this type of method we should not write, so it will delete our all node, but since we are learning, it should empty our entire collection. And the issue with MongoDB is MongoDB collection can't exist without any document. Okay, so the moment I will fire this API, delete all nodes, this API, it will delete the entire documents, and due to that reason, when it will delete the entire document, our this collection, nodes collection, will also get deleted. The concept, the rule of MongoDB is a collection cannot have empty. So we will only have this NodeJs. So again we have to insert some data. So if you want, you can fire, not an issue, but let us see what happens. See, it is saying all nodes deleted successfully, and delete count is 3. And now if you will run the find all, read all nodes, it will not give any nodes. See, total node 0, since we deleted all the nodes. See, we just simply instead pass empty array. So empty array means it will delete all, and if we would have passed some ID and some particular ID, so it would have deleted some ID, specifically that node. We could have also passed title as well, but since we passed empty array, it will delete all. Since this type of method you should not add, we can add the insert new node as well. If we will go there, we will insert this. See, and if again we will fetch all the node, we will have one node. see, we have one node. So in this way we did 8 CRUD operation. First we inserted the node, after that we read that node by id, after that we did read all nodes, we read entire nodes, after that we deleted single node, after that we just now we deleted the entire node, after that we read the nodes by tag, after in the same way we read the nodes by the status, after that we updated node by id. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 CRUD operation we did. This is a very fully feature CRUD operation by using node driver in MongoDB, and everything, important thing is everything in this project we did from very scratch, and in the very sophisticated folder and structured manner. See, we created route folder, we have our node controller. In this we have declared all the methods, and in index.js we have plugged in that node route as a middleware. We have prefixed the /API/nodes to look it cool. So, and all those things we did, we handshaked with our MongoDB Atlas in a very clean way. We are having index.js, git ignore, we are having .env to store the password. See how cleanly we did it. So step by step we did our entire thing, Node.js plus MongoDB CRUD. Okay, we did our entire. So now in next video, just stay tuned. In the same 2-hour video I am going to do a very complete CRUD operation with Node and MongoDB. Okay, and after doing Node and MongoDB, I will do with Node and MySQL. First plain MySQL, after that I will do with Node and SQLize. Just like MongoDB is a ODM for MongoDB, SQLize is a ORM, Object Relational Mapping for MySQL. After that I will do with Node MySQL, Node SQLize, Node MongoDB. After that Node GraphQL, NodeJs. Like within 30 days I am going to do entire advanced level of Node thing. So if you will stay tuned, then within a month you can learn the entire Node. Like very high level of concept I am doing, and it will be fully featured project. See, even in the CRUD operation I made 8 fully functional operation. Now there is no method of node left. Okay, that indexing and aggregation thing is little bit advanced topic that we will learn in some separate. Only that thing is left. So thank you for watching, and I will try to keep making. Thank you so much. Hello guys, welcome again to my channel. Hope you all guys are doing good and you are well. Myself Gunjan Sharma, and in this video, as you can see in the title, this video is going to be the Node.js and MongoDB advanced CRUD operations. This will be the second part. As you can see in the screen, whatever these all from 1 to 15, these are API endpoints, actual API endpoints that we are going to develop. And from 1 to 15, this covers almost all advanced feature, almost all advanced CRUD operation that MongoDB node driver has to offer, right? So before that, in the last video of this section, in the first part, we simply created folder, and from folder creation to the MongoDB handshaking, all those things we did. See, in the last video, just very quickly I am trying to give recap of the last video so that we can be in the same page. If you haven't watched the last video, you should go. In the last video, as you can see here, from the first very basic, just I created the plain simple folder. In that folder I created everything bootstrap, and this first part project only I am going to use this day to do our all advanced CRUD operations with the MongoDB. So this was our first part, where I from the very basic created Node.js project and did all the simple insert. As you can see, in the first part I did 8 APIs, inserting the node, reading the node, reading the all node, deleting the node, deleting node by id, reading node by tag, reading node by the status, and updating node by id. And today this will be our going to second part. So in this we are going to do, as I have said, advanced CRUD operations. So before going to jump, just little bit I am trying to give a context. So that we can all be in the same page, because in this part we are not going to do any setup, we are not going to do any configuration. Everything is already done from the previous project. From there only we will just directly we will begin writing our actual API endpoint. So our first API will be inserting the multiple node. This is again, we can call it batch write, how to do batch write. In the second we will delete multiple node, how to delete multiple node. Third, we will sort the node based on timestamp. After that, 4 API we will make. We will increment some document field inside our collection. Fifth, we will multiply any document field inside our collection. Sixth API we will make, we will rename our document field. See how impressive it is. We will be able to rename our document field, although MySQL don't offer this. 7 we will add document field. In 8 we will remove document field at all from our collection. 9 we will create indexes. This is even more advanced complex. After creating indexes we will search the node. In MongoDB, if you want to search, then you have to create index for that field. That we will also do. Everything we will do here from also scratch. We will create the indexes. And pagination, this 10th part is my favorite, pagination. We will do very advanced level of very advanced and very efficient pagination as real world applications do with our data as well. After that, assume we have array inside our collection, inside our document. How to update those array and the field of those array. In the 11 API we will do that. In the 12 API we will retrieve distinct value. Retrieving distinct value means, see, sometime from our API collection, from our API document, we only need some field, but we may have thousands of field. So why to spend our DB bandwidth and our server bandwidth? Instead we can only ask explicitly MongoDB that we only want this field. So that we will also do in the 11 point. Our 12 point, our 13 point is sorting the result. Very important. We will sort our result of the which MongoDB will return us via the read operation. 14 we will do a skip return. We will skip the some result, and after 15 we will limit the result. So basically limiting the result and skipping the result, these two, by joining these two operation we will achieve our pagination. Okay, so pagination is done by this only. We will write a very simple formula. That formula we will skip and we will limit, and in that way we will achieve our pagination. And sorting, we can also attach sorting to our pagination. That will make our paginated data very efficient and very fast. So this was the whole 15 API we are going to do today from very scratch. And before we jump in, I would like to describe, see, this was the first part that we already did. 8 API endpoint. This was very basic read write operation, as you can see. After this, in that we also described what is Node and what is Mongo. So here we are not going to do, and this is advanced. So once you will complete this second part and first part, so this almost will have entire feature that MongoDB has to offer. Okay, so I am definitely sure that once you will go through this 1 to 15 in the second part that I am going to do, and the first 1 to 8, after that whatever app or whatever backend you want to make with Node and MongoDB, you will have clear idea in your hand. After that, you will be able to make any type of backend. These are the, see, in this 1 to 15 we are going to lay very core fundamental. So this will be so fundamental. On top of this fundamental, you will be able to build or develop any type of backend API with any type of functionality, right? So let's start with the first API. First we will insert the nodes. Okay, so as I have said, I will open the node. In this video I'm not going to create anything from a scratch. I will use the folder and file that we already did in the first part. If you haven't seen the first part, I will give the link in the description. You can go and watch, and let's start it. So as usual, I will open my VS Code. Here is my VS Code. So this all be already created in the first part. In the controller, I will go to node controller. Inside node controller, as you can see, these all are the basic CRUD that we did. Now from here we can write advanced NodeJs and MongoDB CRUD. From here we will going to do our all advanced operation. So let's not waste a single time, just a start. Again I will refer to note. Our first API is insert multiple nodes. So let's do it. How to insert multiple node? So in the first part, as you can say, we did simple insert node. At this time we were inserting only one node, right, by using insert one method. Now let's this time insert multiple node at a single shot. This we also call as a batch write. In lot of scenario, if you will write little bit complex and advanced backend APIs, there you definitely need batch write. We also call this feature batch write, right? So in those scenario, you need to know how to write operations in batch, how to update operations in batch. So let's do our batch write. So for that we will make our method. We will name it insert multiple nodes. Async function is required. So we will take request, response, and next, right? Let's go. Sorry. Let's go. Okay. So this is our method. So one more thing, guys. See here I have passed request, res, and next. You can pass any name. What if I will pass here request 1 2 3? What if I will pass here response 1 2 3? Will it not work? Definitely it will work, because this is positional argument of Java. Positional argument meaning this is based on position. So on 0 position it will be always request, on 1 position it will be always response, and on third position it will always be next. This is not named argument, and I am pretty sure JavaScript don't offer named argument set. So this is positional argument. We can name whatever we want, but for the simplicity we have named it request, response, and next. So let's get started. So first part, to insert multiple, simply whatever our node information we were having inside insert node, we will have the same. So first let's prepare our data. So this here I am doing object destructuring. Object destructuring meaning I will take entire request as an array, and from that I will destruct one by one all the fields, so that every time I can simply use that field instead of every time I have to cold access that field. Okay, so instead of cold access I will simply use object destruction. See how we can do it. Object destruction, I will write in the curly bracket, and whatever field I need I will write equal to, and we are destructing from where? Request.body. Whatever field I need from request.body I will use that. So request.body. Now field I need here. Also before, guys, let's wait. Before we insert our method, let's open the terminal and let's verify at least this is working or not, right? So quickly we can run npm start. It is always good practice before you write any line of code. I forgot that your server is up and running or not. you should always ping and check. So let me start my server. If it will give any issue, then we will solve. Let's see. Okay, so here it is saying server established successfully with MongoDB. Not an issue. If it has, so now open the Postman and check it. So inside Postman, we will add one new API. Inside Postman, we will add one new request, and we will name this request base API. And in this, our local host should work, right? Let's see. See, damn, our local host is working. Now we are good to go. So always we should check. Now our server is pingable. In the same way we will write. So inserting node, first what we are doing is, first we are preparing the data. So what will be the content of single node? So first thing, as you can see, title I will get from request body, content I will also get. After that, tag I will also get. Each completed is simply a boolean value. This I will also get. That's it. Only 4 value I need. So with this 4 value, let's prepare our data. So I will copy this, right? I will copy this, and let's now what we are doing is, in this object, this destructuring, as you can see in the first line, we are going to, whenever we will call this API insert multiple node, in the request body we are going to pass these all 4 value, and based on these all 4 value we are going to prepare our 3 to 4 data, so that we can write in a bulk, right? So let's call it data 1. So this UUID v4 is a simply random ID. You can also generate any random ID. Even if you will omit the ID field, then MongoDB will automatically generate a new random ID for you. But since of manipulation access, I am using the UUID v4 package. It's very simple to use. Title, I will leave the title. Content, it will be content. Tag, it will be content. But apart from this field, guys, I will add some new field. So one new field I will add a stats. This will be going to array, and why I am adding this is, this we are going to need, since some of our API require array manipulation inside document. So for that we need. So inside this array, let's make one field called heading and give it some name, a stats heading or something, right? And let's name it title length, right? What will be title length? Simply we will get title and we will get the length, right? In the same way we will call content length, right? In the same content length we will get the content and we will get the length. So this we are simply making one array so that we can manipulate it. Later we will use some updating and removing array inside document. That's why we have created one array. So that's it. This is our field. So now let's prepare our second data. Since we are doing batch bulk create or batch create, so let's make our second data as well. So we will name it data 2. Let's call it title so that we can recognize what it is. We will call it second batch, right? Okay, here we will in the content, simply because so that we can just differentiate that this is our from the batch update, right? Give the colon, and after that in the same way let's prepare third data. At the same time we will insert three data. Name it data 3. Let's also make this third batch, right? Let's also call this third batch, right? Okay, so let's very quickly recap. This is our very first API, insert multiple nodes. Inside insert multiple node, what we are going to do is at one single API hit we are going to insert 2 to 3 API. For example, I am going to insert 3 API. If you want, you can insert hundreds in the same way. So this is our data 1, and whenever we will call this API, title, content, tag and is completed, we will pass in our request body, and from that we have prepared our 4 data. This is our data 1, this is our data 2, this is our data 3. Now let's use batch, right? I will call it constant insert many result. Always call await because this is going to be synchronous block. Nodes collection, this is our nodes collection. Let's call it, or what is the name of this nodes collection? Okay, we are simply calling our collection nodes collection. So let's rename it so that we can understand nodes collection. This is our nodes collection inside the DB nodes DB. Okay, and the collection name of this DB inside DB is nodes. So now we have renamed it. So let's call node collection dot. See all the options we have. See, here we may also use bulk, right? But here we only need to use insert many, and inside insert many as a form of array, let's pass our data 1, let's pass our data 2 and pass our data 3 as well. Fine. Now let's since this is synchronous operation, so this is always good practice to wrap it with the try catch block, right? After wrapping, so that we can catch the error. So if something went wrong, we will be able to catch it. So for the response, we will again go to inserting the node. We will copy the response object from here. If it is success, then we will return it, node inserted successfully, right? Node inserted successfully, nodes, let's call it nodes. And in case something went wrong, so let's call it internal server error. 500 we use for the internal server error, and let's call it failed. Nodes inserted failed, and so that we can know the cause of error, we will also return this error as well. Fine. So okay, now it will insert our data. So but see, insert many is requiring result. We don't need, just that's it. Insert record, this we can get, this we will also, our response we will also print. Yes, so guys, our this API is ready to fire. So before that we can fire, two last step is missing. Let's copy this API name, and since we are going to use this API in our node routes, right? We are going to use in nodes route. So to access here, we need to export it. So how we will export? Simply we will copy it inside module.exports array, and we will paste it. Now here this we will call this set our route. So since this is going to read operation, so we can use get. Inside get slash name of the API, and from where we are fetching it, referencing it, nodes controller. What is the name? Insert nodes. Now we can use this. Let's save us. We have saved it. Let's one last time verify we haven't did any mistake. We will accept title, content, tag completed, fine. This is our data 1, data 2, data 3. We have used simply insert many. If successful, we are printing the response. If fail, fine. So before that, guys, let's add one more API. Before that, let's first, so that we can read our APIs, let's call this read all, right? So let me add one new collection here, new request here. Let it name read all, call localhost, after that slash API slash node read all nodes, right? So we can call it. This will give our all the nodes. Right now inside our DB we have 9 nodes. So this is giving our all 9 nodes since last time we have inserted. So those all nodes it is giving wait. We can also delete all. So we have one method called delete all nodes. So let's see how we have implemented delete all nodes. Let me see delete all nodes. So okay, so let us call delete all node, so that we can work with the fresh set of data, so that we can observe our changes as well, right? So let's add this request as well, delete all node. Let's prepare the route. Instead of API and instead of read all node, it will be delete all node, and method name will be delete all nodes, right? So now we can fire it. It will delete our all nodes. As you can see, right now we have total 9 nodes. It will delete. We are simply deleting all the nodes so that we can work with our fresh set of data. So we have deleted all the nodes. Now we can close this method. Let me fire again this read all nodes. See, we have 0. Now we will fire our insert multiple node, right? So that it will insert the 3 data. So let's add this request, name this insert multiple nodes, copy some API endpoint instead of read all node, call this, and in the body it will be raw, it will be JSON, and the array first we are asking is content. After content we are also asking title, or title you can give in any order, but let me give first title so that it can be in order. After that we are also asking tag. We are also asking is completed. Is completed is going to boolean value. We'll simply write false in the beginning. Everyone will be, each node will be false. So let's add the title. We will add Node.js plus MongoDB advanced CRUD. Let me add by Gunjan Sharma. Okay. In the content we can simply add content of nodes, go here. Tag we can add as for now MongoDB is completed will be by default false. So as you can see, this is our data. Now if we will fire it, so based on this, as you can see in our code, we are preparing, based on this we are preparing our 3 set of data. Okay, our 3 set of data, and all 3 set of data, by calling MongoDB method insert many, we are going to insert this. Okay, so and right now in our Postman, you can see, if we will read, right now we have only not a single note in our DB. So let us fire this insert note. I'm going to fire it. We have fired it, and see in the insert many response, it is saying acknowledge true, inserted count 3, and inserted ID is its ID it is also giving. Since we are only inserting 3, if again one more time we will fire again more 3, it will insert. So it has inserted or not. Let's just verify by reading all the note. Right now node count is 0. Fine. As you can see, first note, second note, that's it. Great. In the heading, we simply gave heading length, we gave the length of the word count, so it did. So now as you can see, our multiple batch, right, you can say API is completed. We will move now, delete multiple node, guys. So delete multiple node, why I added here is, you can simply use MongoDB delete all method as we have already did in the last video, but the problem with that is that if you will pass simply no, see, I will give you a walkthrough of, see, this is also delete all. So here what MongoDB said is, if we will call delete many, then it will delete all, but we wanted to do it manually. Like, what are the scenario? For example, user selected manually some 5 to 6 IDs, so only those we want to delete. So this will be give us more manipulation access in our own way. So in very simplistic scenario, you can also use this delete all, this delete many function by MongoDB, but here we are going to write our own delete all, you can say inner working of the delete many that MongoDB gave. This will give us in since I already told this is the advanced node CRUD, so in some certain scenario we may need it. That's why we are going to do it. So we will simply write it constant. We will copy the method name from here. Delete multiple nodes, right? Delete multiple nodes equal to async. Let me give request response next, and we will do one more thing, guys. We will copy this so that every time we no need to write from scratch. See, what happen is programming is for lazy people. Like we every time we'll copy this and we will just change the name of the method, right? So we no need to write. So how we are going to delete? So the idea is, for basic batch delete, you can use MongoDB simple function that they gave delete many, but in certain scenario we need manipulation over that. So that simple method given by MongoDB is not sufficient. So here we will write our own wrapper of delete many. So let's see how we will do it. So the idea is, we will accept the ID of whatever user we want to delete in the request body, and we will take each ID and we will call simple delete function of MongoDB, and we will iterate through them. The idea is that, okay, so let first use object destructuring and get our ID. idea is very simple, guys. We will simply take all the we will name it deletable IDs. This we will take from the request.body as an array. This deletable ID will be an array of ID that we want to delete, and each we will do the iteration and we will delete it synchronously. So whatever ID we got, let's print this also in the console. We can call it deletable IDs. Let's use a string interpolation and let's simply print it so that we can know whatever ID we have got. Okay, now our logic will start. So before that we will take one variable and we will store all the deleted ID. So we have called it deleted results, and as of now it will be empty array, an empty array. Now we will make a simple for loop. As you can say, it will start from 0 and it will go. See, this deletable ID will be an array. How we will pass an array, that we will also see. So it will go till there, and now it also got the element. Fine. Now in this loop we will delete it. We will call it nodes being deleted, and we will call our nodes collection, as you already aware, and this nodes collection we will call delete one, because we are not going to use delete mini function. Inside delete one, it asks you the ID that you want to delete. So inside ID we will pass simply element, right? We have passed the ID. Okay, so inside ID you have to also pass our ID name. So we have did that. Now this will be always synchronous operation, so let's add the await, and now we can also print that this nodes got deleted. Console.log. See, in the console, while developing everything, debugging everything is very good practice. What happens is, it will, since something went wrong, it will be very easy to trace them because you are debugging everything. So now we will use our each deleted result and we will push inside this array so that we can print for the reference that our array, our each node got deleted from the DB. So for that we will simply write delete results, this is array, and we'll push. What we will push? We will push nodes being deleted result, so that we can later use. That's it, guys. That's it. And let's wrap this entire for loop with the try catch block. This entire thing we will wrap with the try catch, because this is always good practice to wrap API call with the try catch block. And here we will print the error. So let's copy the error message. While deleting, we will copy this. Okay, we will paste it here. All notes. Let's copy the success message all. See, about copying pasting, I want to quickly add one point. Some people say that copying pasting is a form of laziness. Why don't you write from scratch? I totally agree, but this is programming. You should not show that okay, I am not copying and pasting everything. You must copy and paste everything, because see, programming and software development is all about leverage. Okay, I could write these things by my own, but why I am copying? For two reasons: it will save my time, and why to do low level thing, right? Since it is already written, so why not to leverage that, and it will speed up my time. So always remember, programming is all about leverage. Okay, no need to write everything from hand. So we have copied all these two. Now we will paste this outside loop. Okay, all nodes deleted successfully, and we can also call deletable all the result that got deleted. We can call it here, right? Fine. So this API also got finished. What we did is, one more step is to, now three more step is left. We have to take this delete multiple node, we have to export it from the node controller, and in node route we have to set the path. And after that we have to make sure in the request.body we are passing the array of IDs, so that we will also see how to pass array inside the node, inside the JSON, right? So before that we will copy this delete multiple node, and since we are going to use this in node route, so we have to export it. How we will export it? We will copy the API method name, we will export it in the exports array, and now let's build our route. We will call router dot, since it is delete operation, we will call delete. We will name this as the same ID. Anything in the request param we are not accepting. If it would have been single ID, then in the request param dynamically after slash we could have accepted it, but since it is multiple array of ID, so request body is our last rescue, right? So here we will not ask anything, from where we will copy this reference this method from nodes controller. Fine. Now our routes is set up, so now we can head over to Postman. Before that we also have to save this so that server can restart. NodeMon is also doing his work. It is every time I am saving, it is restarting the server. Fine. I will go to Postman, and inside Postman, guys, I will add one new route, one new request. I will name this request as the same delete multiple. Inside localhost I will name this delete multiple. It will be type will be delete, and request body it will be raw, and inside raw it will be JSON. Now see, here we have to pass the IDs, right? So we will write the bracket. Let's copy this name. We have to pass this array with the name deletable ID. Inside here let's call it deletable IDs, and inside this we have to pass, in JSON we have to pass array like this. Now inside we want to delete all three nodes, so let's say, so this is our first ID, we are going to copy first ID, we will paste inside this. We will also do with the second ID, since we want to delete all. We will paste our second ID as well. So you have to also observe how I am passing array in the JSON. This is also very important. And thirdly, I will also pass my last I, since I want to delete all. Okay, fine. See, in this way we can pass array, and this is also a way of passing syntax for passing array in the JSON. and even inside this array, if I have one more array, let's say by the name delete data, let's wrap it always in the bracket, delete data. Okay, and let's give it this. So inside this, no, don't forget the comma. If I have one more array, then like this I can pass, and like this, so this will become nested array. MongoDB also offer nested document inside document collection, inside collection in the same way. This is called BSON format that MongoDB uses, but right now we are using JSON format. Okay, so now our API is saved, and the plan is this deletable ID is the array from request.body that will hold our all ID, and one by one we ran the for loop. So first ID it will take and it will call delete one, and by the ID it will delete it, and after that whatever successful result that this will get stored in nodes being deleted, and we are pushing that also in nodes being nodes result array, and in the result we are displaying it. Fine. So let's run it and see. Right now if I am running my read all nodes, so I am able to get all 3 nodes. As you can see, total node count 3. Since I will run this, there should be not a single node, and in the end you should not give the comma. So let's fire it. As you can see, it is saying all nodes deleted successfully, acknowledge true. Fine. So this deleted result that we have pushed from each delete operation, it got here. So maybe delete many function of the MongoDB, maybe they are internally doing the same way, who knows. But this was very necessary, because since we were doing advanced CRUD operation, so in some complex API call we may need this. That's why I included this. So we can also save this. Now if we will read all node, there is not a single node. So quickly I can insert all 3 nodes again more time. See, now we have all the nodes. Again I will delete all the nodes. See, oh okay, since ID got changed, so we have to copy the ID, not very. So in the same way we can delete. So I will minimize this request. So we also did our second API. Now let's head over to third API. It is saying sort nodes based on timestamp. So sorts nodes based on timestamp. Okay, so in this what we will do is, now we have 3 nodes, right? Now we want to sort the nodes based on timestamp. It is very important. For example, let's imagine you are building a social media backend. Their latest nodes you want to show on top. How you will do that? In the same way we will. So for each node while being created, as you can see in our API, in each node we are passing the created at timestamp, and it is simply a date object. So by this date object which got inserted in the last, so what happen is, if we will translate this date object into the epoch millisecond, so latest date object will be always greater than the not latest date objects. So in this way we can do the sorting, and internally MongoDB is also doing the same. So for that, let's copy the method that we have did, and so that we don't have to write everything. So now we are going to do sorting based on timestamp. So here we will go, we'll copy this entire thing. Instead of delete multiple, we will write we have to copy this, sort nodes based on timestamp. We will copy this. Fine. Now it's very simple, not a rocket science. So for sorting, first we need constant our sort array. Since we are going to sort by the field created at, let's do this -1. So see guys, why I wrote -1 is first in the sort I wrote the field name by which I wanted to sort, and -1 meaning I want to sort it by descending order. If you will simply give it the 1, then meaning now I want to sort by this field in the ascending order, but I want to sort in the descending order, so I will keep it -1. Fine. After that, so let's simply call our API. We can call it sorted nodes result. Fine. And how we will call it? Will be always going to synchronous call. We will call our nodes collection, as you know. Inside that, what we will do? We will call find method. Since we want to find all, we can also do this, or even if we leave the empty, it will mean the same. MongoDB will know the same. Now we want to sort it. How we want to sort it? We will pass our sort array scenario we already wrote, and since we want it in the 2 array, so we will take in the 2 array format, right, so that we can display it in our response. Now let's simply done guys. In this way we will sort it based on the timestamp. Instead, if you want, you can also sort it by updated at or by any other field. Just -1 and +1 you have to remember. By -1 descending order and by +1 ascending order. So now let's test this. So as a good practice, always wrap your synchronous API call in the try catch. So let me wrap it. I wrapped it, and now let me copy, because I'm lazy guy, I can't write by hand. I have copied, and in the success I will write this sorted node result. I will call sorted node result, sorted node result. Here also I will simply write sorted nodes fetched successfully. And in case if something went wrong, so again laziness, let me find some error message I haven't found, so let me just paste this one only. Let me paste this one only. I pasted, something went wrong, it must be internal server error. Let me call it failed. Let me call it failed. And what is the error? We also want to know that. Let me pass this. Fine. So now we are ready to call this. So what we did is in find, as usual, we pass the empty, so it will get all the result inside node collection. And now we want to sort it. So how we want to sort it? Sort function want the key or direction to sort. So direction we give -1, 1 negative, and by which field? So I gave at the created at. It is nothing but a date object that we gave while inserting this node. And 2 array we did because this entire we want in form of the array. If array we will not give, then it will be the projection result that again we have to manually do. So 2 array will do that work for us, right? So now since we did that, let us do our remaining step. Copy this, paste here, so that we can prepare the route for it. Now we will prepare the route for it. How to prepare route? Simply write router dot, it is read operation, so get is more suitable for this. We don't need any dynamic ID or something. From where we are fetching this node controller and the method name. Fine. So now let's save it and restart this. It restarted. Now let's head over to Postman, insert a new request. I will name this request sort node based on timestamp. Let's copy any node. now our route is also ready. Okay, just a minute, I want to copy this. Again, I am lazy so that I don't have to write. I copied. Now our thing is ready. If I will see, now it is giving us result based on sorted. So see, now Node.js MongoDB advanced CRUD by Gunjan Sharma on top. Okay, so now let me reverse it. If I will do the one, so now result should be different. Now this last result, that is third batch, right, should be on top. Let me fire it. Exactly, see, now last result is in the top. So that's how sorting will work. Fine, it's very simple. In this way sorting will work. So now we have done our sorting. Now simply we will remove this sorting from also postman. Sorting in the same way, guys, if you have any field you can do the sorting. Fine, now we will do our next API. What is our next API? Let's go. Next API name is increment document field. Very true, this is this type of API we need, since imagine if you are building some social media app and every time someone likes it you have to increment it, right? Every time someone views this you have to increment the view or like. So that feature we are also going to do. So how we will do it? Very simple. We will show some laziness and we will copy the method structure. Good programmer is always a fantastic lazy guy. So let me paste this also. Okay, since window is not supporting my laziness, I will manually copy it. Fine, I will paste it. Increment document field. So which field we are going to increment, guys? So as you have seen in our read all note, we have one document field called, let's say, title length, right? Title length, or you can say, or we can also add any field as well, not an issue. So let's do one thing, add one new field. We will call this field read count. Okay, inside insert multiple, let's add one field, call it read count, so that we can update it, right? Read count, by default it will be 0. Just quickly add it inside all three and we will create one from bulk. So fine, we did it. Now we have to delete all the existing data because otherwise it will mismatch. So we can simply fire this delete all method. It did. Now in the read all we don't have any nodes. Now we can fire insert multiple. See, it did. If now we will fire read node, we have read count. Now we will increment this read count. This type of operation is very important. Like in some, as I have described, you may have to increment likes each time some user likes it. You have to increment view each time someone views it. You may have to increment share each time someone has tapped on share. So we are going to do that. So first we will take the ID which node we are going to increment. We will call this node ID, and this time it is not going to be object destructuring. We will simply take it from request params and we will call it node ID, right? If you want object destructuring also you can do it. We will wrap this inside the bracket and from here we will remove the node ID. Any way you like, It's simple, right? But normally object destruction we do when we have lot of field. Since we have only one field we want, then we also omit object destruction. So now let's I will add one filter. This filter I will use while updating our node, and this filter will be ID. And what is ID? This ID is node ID, right? This ID is node ID. Now let's write one increment document. This array we will use to increment. This will be array, and inside this array, for incrementing, MongoDB gave us this sign, this symbol, dollar symbol, and inc. And inside inc you have to write the colon, and inside one more bracket, which field you want to increment. I want to increment read count. By what value? I want to increment read count by 1. If you want, you can also increment by 100, 2000, whatever, but normally in social media, likes and share and view got incremented by 1. So we are also doing the same. Now these two data are ready, this filter and incrementer we will use in our actual API. So let's call it constant, let's call it incremented result. Fine, let's call it incremented result, and this is going to be as usual synchronous function. So let's call it nodes collection. One more thing guys, if you are not clear about synchronous and asynchronous function inside Node.js and in JavaScript, so I already made a very detailed practical and theoretical video. I will also give the link in the description of that video. You can go and clear your any complexity if you are facing in synchronous or asynchronous. So now let's go to work. Nodes collection dot, since we are updating, so we will write update one function. But which function we want to update? We will by filter we already did, right? Filter. What we want to update, what is the value? Incremented document is the value. We already did that, right? So we did this. Now let's wrap this thing inside try catch. This is always good practice, wrapping inside try catch. Now from somewhere let's copy and paste the response. If it is success, then let's paste this. Let's call this node incremented successfully, and in the increment result we will give increment result. Or simply we can also give, this will be always 1, but what we will do is we will write one more field, incremented node, and what we will do here is we will call await nodes collection dot find one filter. So this is simply to see that our nodes count got updated or that or not. But in case if something went wrong, we also need to know that what went wrong so that we can solve the issue. So inside the catch block, we will write this failed node incrementation failed. Okay, now one last step, we have to copy this and we have to export it. And now after exporting, we have to go to our route folder, we have to prepare the route. So it is incrementing, so put we can use. So a common REST API convention say to create, when you are inserting entirely new value, then post you can use. When you are fetching something, one or more result, then get you can use. When you are deleting something, then delete you can use. When you are updating earlier or existing thing, then put or patch you can use. But patch we use in those scenario where except id everything we are updating. So in those scenario patch seems more appropriate. But here, since we are updating only one or two fields, so we will use put. This is normal REST API convention. So inside this will be the route. Now here we need dynamic ID and the name will be node ID. By this node ID only you can see we are accessing it in our object destructing, right? So the same we have to pass. This node ID and this dynamic ID will be should be same. Now from where we will get it, nodes controller, and this is the name of the referenced API. Now we are good to go. So now let's go into the postman and let's see, now read count of this ID is 0. We will each time we will update and it will get incremented by 1. So before that let's add this route, add request. What will we name? Increment document. Let's again do some laziness. We have copy pasted. Let's pass our ID here. Now we are passing some ID so that we can increment it. So in the request param only we will pass the ID, because see, we are accepting this ID dynamically in the request param. Unlike, as you can say, in the delete multiple node, here we are not accepting anything in the request param. Why? Because request param is only appropriate to accept IDs, one or two or single ID. If you have multiple ID or something to accept, then only option is the query param or body. So but body seems more secure than the query param. That's why I am using here, I am using the request param, because we have only one identification to accept from the client. Here postman is our client, so we have passed it, and this will be put, as we have also given here put. So in the postman also it will be put. So now see, for the ID, this ID Node.js plus MongoDB read count is 0. If I will run this, it will be 1. So it is giving some error. Let's solve this error. After a long time we got the issue. It is saying filter node. See, the reason for issue is node is not any field, it should be node ID. See, that was the error. Now we will fire. See, it updated. It updated, and see, we also in the last we also got the entire node, and this time read count is 1. Again we will update, read count is 2. As you can see, again I will do read count is 3. As you can see, again I will do read count is 4. So in this way you can do. Simply what I did is incremented node, in the response I am appending. See, you can see again I'm calling in the response so that we can get to know we incremented or not. So this was our increment node, guys. Fine. So 4 API call we did, almost 4. We have lot to do. Let's move to our next API call, multiply document field, guys. So in multiply document, this will be same, just instead of increment we want to multiply it. Let's see how we can do it. So for multiply document, we will copy this entire increment document field, and very few things we have to change here. Fine. So we will copy this entire thing. Now we will minimize this and we will work on this. We have copied, but name we have to get from multiply document only. So multiplying in certain scenario we use for, let's say you are building some e-commerce site and or some ride hailing apps, and in the night you are asking some different fare for the user, for the passenger, and in day in some different fare. So in this scenario, the fare amount you want to, in night, if you are charging more, then that fare amount you want to multiply, right? Or in some e-commerce site example, there is very high demand for certain item, and supply is very less. So for that item you want to multiply the price by 2 times, thrice, 4, whatever. So in those type of backend application feature, multiply in combination with increment is also important. So let's do it. So we have copied entire method, just we will change the name. We will, as usual, we will accept the node id. Instead of incremented, we will call it multiply. Multiply document, we will copy this. Here also we will paste this, and now we can also call multiplied. Node multiplied successfully. Node, here in the error we can also change multiplication failed. Just only one change, guys, we will make. For increment we were using inc, $inc symbol, but for multiply we will use $mul. For multiply, node MongoDB gave us shorthand that is called mul, and what we are going to multiply, read count only. Why? What value? So let's say read count we will multiply by 2. So whatever existing read count value will be, our this API will multiply it by 2. So if it is 2, it will become 4 after calling this API. Again if we will call, it will become 8, again 10, again 12, 14, and so on, it will go on. Okay, so let's figure out this issue. So it seems we have forgot one bracket, not an issue, fine. So our this API very quickly ready, we just copy and pasted it. So let's export it so that we can build the route. We will export it in our export array. Sorry, we have to copy this only, name of the function, so that we can refresh it while building route. So now in the route folder we will build the route. How we will build the route? Simply route. So this is again updating some value, right? So updating existing value. So as a REST API design suggests, we should use put. So we will use put. If it would have been new, we would have used post, right? So let's use put. The name will be this, and the ID we will ask dynamically, and the name of the ID we are seeking as node ID, from where we are referencing it from nodes controller, the name of method, like this. So guys, now we are ready. So let's roll to the postman and create one new request. Postman will ask the name, we will give multiply document field name. Inside param, just copy this entire thing and paste, and this only this we will modify by multiply document, fine. And this we don't, we will save it and we will remove this increment. Now we came to multiply. So the moment we will fire this API, the ID we are seeking in read or not, I will show you. ID is first one, guys. So now read count is 4. If I will fire that this multiply document field API, that will become 8, right? So let's see. We are also returning the result as well. Before that, let me change this to also multiplied, right? Let's give us some appropriate name, otherwise we will get multiplied multiplied result. Now let's seamlessly copy the same thing. Multiplied result. So in the JSON, guys, in the array we can have the same field name as also as field name as also as a value name we can have, not an issue. So instead of incremented note, we can call it multiplied note. Fine, we will save the server, save the changes, and node1 will restart it. So now if we will fire as usual, id we are getting this, we are passing this one in the request param, and we are multiplying this read count. So now the value of read count is 4. So 4 into 2, we are multiplying by 2. So it should become 8. Let's fire it. Why it is giving the issue? Because here we are using get, it should be put. So let's fire it again. See, very nice, it became 8 as we can see. Let's fire it one more time, it became 16. Let's fire it one more time, it's become 32. It will go on in the same way, guys. Here we can also see it will be 32. Fine. So we also did our multiply document, increment, and we will remove this from the list. So multiplying and incrementing is very important if you are developing some social media type of applications. There multiplying and incrementing we need. Okay, so after that we will go for our next API. Go to our next API. Our next API is renaming the document field. So before that we go to our next API, guys. I am going little bit fast, but I hope I am breaking and simplifying the concept as simple as I can. If still you have doubt, then you can let me know, I will try to answer. So little bit fast I am moving because we have a lot of APIs to do, right? We have still did 5 API only, still we have to do, you can say, this much of API. So little bit I am fast, right? So this time we will do rename document field. So we will copy the method structure. But see, once you understand the 1 minute, see how seamlessly we are doing one by one each API. The reason for this is I understand the core node. After that I understand core MongoDB. After that, see, the moment you will understand something basic, so any complex thing is built upon basic only, right? So that's why in the first video, from the very basic I gave you how to create folder, how to handshake with MongoDB and node driver, how to use MongoDB Atlas, and how to perform simple read-write operation. And this video, on top of that base only, okay, in this part, on top of that base only, I am doing this advanced operation. That's why we are very seamless, we are going very seamlessly. Still we haven't got any single issue, single error, right? And forgot about any blocking issue. Why? Because we know the basic and we are adding our advanced complexities on top of that base. So if you will work in this manner, you will not get any issue at all. So let's do our rename document field. So we have copied the method structure, we will copy it here, and name should be rename document field. Fine. So let name it rename document field. Very nice. So what we are going to do in rename document field is, sometime let's say this is my data, right? As you can see in the postman, I will expand it. So let's see, this is my data, read count, but now I want to rename it. Okay, right? So now I want to rename it something message read count, let's say. So that operation now we are going to do it. Inside collection we have document, and inside document we have some field, and that the name of that field we want to update. The value of that field we have incremented, we updated, but the name of that field itself we are now going to update. So this may be very important in some scenario. For example, you have in the basic system design or your architecture you named it something else, but in the later cases, in the later time, those name of the field is not making sense anymore and you want to change it, rename it. So in those scenario this will be helpful. So we will rename read count to message read count, or notes read count will be more appropriate here. Okay, so let's do this operation. Again read count will be also same. We will copy entire thing from here. So let's save our time. We have copied entire thing, we'll paste it here. Right now let's change it. ID we still need. If you will not pass ID while updating, then it will change the name of entire document inside your notes. This inside this collection it will update your entire document, but first I will rename that field only in one document. After that I will update it entire document, right? Let's imagine something went wrong. So why it should go wrong in entire document? I may have million documents inside one collection. So first it is always advisable to test with one document. That's why explicitly I am passing ID as a filter. Okay, so rename, let me copy this rename thing, and we are going to use, let me call it rename document, and here also we need to update rename document renamed successfully, not renamed error. Fine. And here also we can say rename result. We'll copy this rename result, we'll paste it here. Let's call it, rename note. Okay, now very important, everything we have copied as from the multiplied and from the increment only. Only thing here will change is, first thing, we are only going to apply this renaming effect on one document, by which the ID of that document will pass in the request param. If we will omit this document, that in this entire document that we have in that it will update, but since we want to only update one, after that we will update entire document. So instead of multiply, Node.js MongoDB has given us shorthand. The name of that shorthand is rename, right? And what you want to rename? Read count. To what value? So read count I want to rename as note read count. How meaningful it is, right? So in update I did, and here also I am passing update one because I want to only update one document inside this notes collection. If I will do update all or simply update and I will not pass any filter, then it will rename entire document inside this notes collection, but as of now we don't want it. So our method is, our API is ready, still 2 steps left, exporting this function and building our route. So let's do it. We have exported it. And for export also guys, we are using module.export. In multiple ways we can export it if we want. So here also we can write export. See, instead of count we can write here export default. Here we can also write, in this way we no need to export it implicitly uh, again and again. But since exporting some backend developers do in this way, but what I prefer it is it's not a clean architecture. So for example, I want to see here in one shot I can see, okay, these are all the API that I am exporting. Okay, so in one shot I can see in this file I may have some helper method. Okay, so it will be hard, so that's why I am using this very clean architecture to export. But if you want, you can use direct export as I have shown you just now. So we have exported it. Now let's build the route. It will be also put operation since we are updating something. What will be the name? This, and we are updating by ID, so we have got the ID dynamically, and the name we are destructuring as Node ID, from where we are referencing it nodes controller, and the name of that referenced method rename document field. So our API is ready. Let's head over to Postman, add one new request inside this collection, name the request as rename document, make it put request, copy some API, change the endpoint. Now let's say this, for this only I want to update, so I will copy this ID and inside the request param I will paste. So right now guys, as you can see, the name for this is read count. If I will fire it, it will become what it should become, as we have named it, see, not read count. So let's fire it. Just make sure everything in our changes are saved and server restarted. It is. So now let's fire this. See, it said node renamed successfully, and after result we are also printing, see, renamed field have gone to bottom, not renamed count. But if I will show you in all note, it got only updated in O1. See here in O1, but not in second and third. In second and third it is same, but this seems bit odd, like in that we want to update our entire document, right, not only one. So this is also good. Now we want to update all at one shot. So for that, what we will do is, instead of update one, see what we will use is update many, and we will not pass any filter. So what this will do is, it will update all, since we are not passing any filter. Okay, so let me save it. Now ID, let's just keep passing, because this is the structure of our API endpoint. If we will omit this ID, then our API will be not reachable, because this is a core structure of our API endpoint. But we are at this time we will not use this ID. So let's fire it. What this time it should do is, last time it has renamed only one field because we have used this ID, but this time it should rename entire document. Okay, so let me fire it. It said not renamed fail. Let's check the reason for this. Update many, maybe it will ask empty document. Okay, let us check now why it has failed. Now let me check. So damn, why it failed, guys? See, I haven't passed it empty bracket. Now node MongoDB got to know, okay, he want to update entire document. That's why he passed empty document. But earlier, instead of empty document, I was passing some ID. So MongoDB was knowing that, okay, he want to update only this node that match this ID. So now our entire, as you can see, our entire node got updated. If we will fire our read all node, see, this time only first node is having node read count field renamed. All second node and third node is having same, but if I will refresh it, rerun it, refetch it, you can see node read count, this is also having node read count, this is also having, and node read count, this is also having. Very fine, very good. So in this rename document field, we did in the two way. First we renamed only one document yd, and second we renamed entire document, and that field of entire documents we renamed. So this API is also done. So we did 5-6 APIs. Now let's move to next API. So next API is add document, guys. Add document field. So what I am thinking, guys, is it's almost 2 hours. So why not in this video let's do this only, and this second from 7 to 15 let's do in next video. Otherwise this video will become 4 hours long. I don't know why it's so much time it is requiring, although I'm going this much of fast. The reason for this is, guys, these all APIs are very advanced, right? Whatever we wrote this API, these all are the advanced API, and I am little bit explaining the concept also, that's why it is taking the time. So what we will do is, in this video we will end it till here only, till here we did 1 to 6. In the second video we will do from 7 to 8. Fine. So before we end the video, guys, if you found the video helpful, please like it, and by only your like I get to know that okay, you liked my effort. Okay, making video, preparing the content, it's very effortful work. So at least your one like will, due to that your one like, I will get to know that okay, someone is liking it, and I have reason to go through that effort. Second thing, if you want to me to improve in certain ways, the way I am speaking, the way I am explaining the concept, the way I am dividing the parts of video, anything you can let me know. I will reply your all queries. Third, if personally, if you want to contact me for something, be it the project, be it some your own help, be it some freelancing project, so here I am writing my email, gunjan@geekforce.in. Here you can drop me a mail. So Geekforce is a site that I developed. Initially Geekforce I was trying to develop for a freelancing type of platform only, but this is undergoing development. That's a different scenario. But any query you want to have with me, you can drop me here on this mail. I will definitely reply. And as we decided, from 7 to 8 we will do in next video, because video already been 2 hours. And one more thing, guys, before we leave, this was our second part. Earlier we did first part of the CRUD. Although first and second part is more than enough, and it is having entire advanced concepts of MongoDB, but I am also having third part. This third part will be last part of the MongoDB, and this is having very advanced topic that in 90% of scenario we don't need. That is aggregation, transaction, indexes, collations, logging, and encrypting field. So in third part, in a very fine way, theoretical way, and by very fine way, by the example, I will explain you each concept, be it aggregation, be it transaction, how to do aggregation in MongoDB, how to do transaction, how to do the indexes. These indexes we will also use here while searching node. While searching node, we will also use indexing. But even in the third part, we will learn this all, even super advanced part, even in more detail, in theoretical and in practical way. And believe me, guys, even this second part is more than enough for you to build any type of backend application with any feature, because this is having sorting, this is having filtering, this is having pagination, this is having renaming, this is having bulk write, this is having bulk delete. That's all thing. But in very super advanced case, you may need to use these aggregation transaction indexes. But the moment we will also finish this sixth part or third part, we will become master of the entire MongoDB. After this third part, there is nothing that MongoDB node driver has to offer, and we are not aware of that. Okay, so just be with me once I do this second part. Just after that, I am also very excited for this third part, because this aggregation and transaction are very simple but very super advanced level of topic. Once you will know this, you will become very deep insider of the MongoDB, and you will just play with the node and MongoDB. Okay, so until, be with me, be happy, be safe, and keep supporting me. I will be back with the second part, and after second part, this third super advanced part. Okay. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for watching with me. Welcome again. I am here, Gunjan, and this is going to be the third part of Node and MongoDB advanced CRUD. So in the last video, in the previous video, we did Node and Mongo advanced CRUD till here 1 to 6, and it almost took us almost 2 hours. So we decided from 7 to 15 we will do in the next second part, in the next part. So I am here. So very first part was the simple Node and MongoDB, very simple CRUD operation from very basic, from the folder creation to MongoDB handshaking to all the folder structure. After that, second part of the Node and MongoDB advanced CRUD was inserting document from 1 to 6. As you can see it in the Sublime, from 1 to 6 was the second part. And third part of the same Node and MongoDB advanced CRUD we are going to do now, from 7 to 15, from adding document to the sorting and pagination and all those things. So the goal here is, guys, if you will do this first section, first part, that is basic CRUD, if you will watch that first part, and this is second part from API number 1 to from API number 15. The goal is, if you will watch these 1 to 2 time, then after that you will be able to develop any type of complex Node and MongoDB backend, because whatever Node has to offer I taught in this video, and whatever feature MongoDB, especially MongoDB, whatever Node MongoDB driver has to offer, I had already did in this 2 part of video, be it pagination, be it getting the distinct value, be it updating the arrays inside our document, be it sorting the result, be it skipping the result, be it limiting the result, be it batch write, be it batch update, be it sorting our result based on some timestamp. So entire operations that MongoDB Node.js driver has to offer, we did it. So after watching this, you will be able to build any type of functionality by using Node and MongoDB backend. Okay, so let's get started without wasting any time. So in the last video we did from 1 to 6 until renaming the document field. Now let's do from 7 to 15 in this video, right? So first is adding document field. So what happens is, sometime in our document, in the later part, we have decided some more values should be there. So what we can do is, MongoDB also gave us option to add some new field in the existing document, right? And even for that, MongoDB gave you 2 options. Either you can add this new field only in some data, only in some document, as usual we do update, or you can add this new field in entire document. Okay, so MongoDB gave us this option as well. So let's do it. So first we are going to do adding document. So simply we will copy this API method name, and we will open our VS Code. Okay, and in the VS Code, very first thing, see, in the last day we have did these APIs under the advanced CRUD. So next API will be just I will quickly copy the name, add document field. Fine. So our next API is going to be add document field. Very nice. So in this, what we are going to do is, before that guys, simply we will add one document. Before that, it's always good practice to run your server and to ping it, that it is pingable or not, and you are not getting any issue. So let me run. To run the server in Node.js, we simply write npm start. Let me hit enter. It will take 1 to 2 minutes. It will also handshake with the MongoDB. Okay, as you can see, it is giving some error while handshaking with MongoDB, and the reason for that is my data was off. So let me run it one more time. We will simply restart it. Okay, see, last time my data was off, so that's why now, but I restarted, server got established successfully with MongoDB. Now we will simply open Postman and we will ping our base URL. So this is always very good practice. The moment you want to develop some API, just always run the server and ping your base API. So it is pingable or not, reachable or not. So as we can see that our server is reachable. Now we will write our code. So adding document. So for adding document, see, if I will do read all node and if I will fire it, this is our all node, this is our single node. So here guys, now this is the a schema of our DB, but our app or our website require us to add one more field. In the later part we discovered. So I want to add one more new field, and we will call it new document field. So let's how to add it. So first we will add that new field only in one document, and after that we will add that new field in the entire document, right? But adding in entire document makes more sense. Like when you are adding some field, you will not want to add only in one field, right? So but both we will check, both we will see how to do. Okay, so for that, see, we will copy the entire code from the rename document because we are going to reuse it. It will save our time. As I have told you earlier, coding is all about leverage. Be very seamless to copy and paste and reuse and leverage whatever you can. That's how, so that it can save your time. So I did, and now I will note ID I need. So first we are going to add field only in some ID. So note ID I need only in a specific document, only in particular document. So that's why I am asking node ID by using Java destructuring from the request param. Okay, so I will name it add document. It seems more relevant. I will also make it here add document, and in the C, what we are doing is, first we are taking the filter. This is filter. We will tell MongoDB while firing this nodes collection dot update, it should be update 1, because now we are going to update 1, but MongoDB will ask which one you want to update. So we will pass our filter. We are saying update only which ID which match with this given ID. So we will pass here filter, right? Filter. If you want this ID code directly, you can write there as well, but since it looks more formatted, that's why we have separated it. So filter we have passed, and document we also passed. Now let's change these response names. Document added successfully, and this will be as usual add result, and after that we are simply again firing find one call so that we can see our new addition got succeeded or not. Fine. So if something went wrong, we will simply write note addition fail, and we will also print the error message. Okay, so everything is done. Now with filter, is it saying some issue? Could not find filter. Oh, okay. Filter is FLI. It is filter guide. So always look for the typos and simply rename it to the filter. Now it got the filter. Now update one, simply as usual we will update, but since we want to add new field, so what we will do for that is we will simply call set. So what happen is, see here, instead of rename we will simply call set. Okay, and before this let's see whatever already we have used. Inside increment field we have used inc, dollar symbol and inc. This is a shorthand by MongoDB for incrementing. Okay, we used this. After that, for multiplying we used dollar symbol and mul. This is shorthand by MongoDB for multiplying your field. And in the same way, for renaming also we have used dollar symbol and rename. This is also a short field. And what you want to rename, I want to rename read count, or instead of here you can pass multiple object as well. What MongoDB will do it, in your document it will iterate all the field that match with your given name, or if it is multiple then given names, and if it match then it will rename it by your given value. So this we also did. Now fourth we are doing adding document. So for adding, as usual, set we use for updating value. For adding also we will use set, and what we can do is we will name our new field. We will call it newly added field. And so since this is field, you have to also assign some value to it. So we will assign some value, and we will call some dummy value. Some dummy value. So it is required, guys, if you are adding any new field, then without value if you will try to add, then it will give error, right? How can you assign any? So this is like map. Okay, so how can you assign any key value pair inside map without value? So it is always required that with any field some default value you have to add, right? This can be array of array, this can be double, this can be int, this can be boolean, this can be whatever you want, but some default value you have to assign. So we did. So what happen is, what will go on here is, what set will check is, if this field already exists then it will update it, and if this field doesn't exist then it will insert it. It will, where it will insert? In our filter, the document which will match with this ID, because we are using update one. After this we will also use update all, and we will remove this filter. Instead of this filter we will pass empty array, so it will update to all. Okay, so in update one, see the filter it is asking, and update it is asking, and so let's fire it. So right now let me minimize that cmd prompt, and see here our add document field API is ready. I will quickly summarize what we did. First, we are going to update add new field only in one document. That's why from the request parameter we asked the ID, and to get the ID we are using Java destructuring. After that, since we are updating this, adding this new field only in one document, so we have prepared our filter array so that we can tell MongoDB to update only this, add this new field only in that particular document that will match with this scenario. After that, this will be add document array will be our syntax for adding new field. For that we have used dollar symbol and set. Set is a shorthand. Set will also work if you want to update some value, and if that value doesn't exist, then MongoDB will insert new value. Okay, so that's fine. And the name of that new field, I said newly added field, and as I described, this is going to be key value pair inside map, so you have to also pass value, some by default value, otherwise it will not work. Okay, because inside map you can't have key without value, right? It is not an array, it is map. After that we simply called node collection update one, but MongoDB will ask which one you want to update. That's why we passed filter. We want to update that one which will match with this ID. Okay, after that MongoDB will ask, okay, I got this one you want to update, but inside that document what you want to update. So for that we passed add document array. Now we are saying MongoDB inside this document set one new field, this key value pair. So first MongoDB will check, okay, if this field already exists, then I will update it with the given value, but if this field doesn't exist, then it will insert this value. So let's check it. So our second step is, since we are going to make route in some other file, so we have to export this function, so that from that route file we can reference it, right? So I will copy this add document and we will go to our export. This is all our exported API that we have, that we are using in the node routes, right? So in the same way we will also export this. What we will write is add document field, and since add document field is the post operation, so we will use post. Now we are building our route, so that, and this is exposable route, so that from the Postman client we can hit this route and our DB can do the operation. So we will call router.post. Here post seems appropriate because we are inserting something, right? So, or put seems more appropriate, right? Because we are adding something inside existing document, right? So put seems more appropriate, although you can also use post, but according to REST design, put seems more appropriate here. So I will pass add document, and since this time we are going to add that newly field only in one document, so dynamically I will ask the ID, note ID. So in this way we ask any IDs or any identifier in the request param. After that, from where we will fetch this method, from nodes controller. And what is the name of method? Add document field. Now our API is ready. Now we will head over to Postman, and after doing all these things, I have saved the file and Nodemon restarted the server. So now our server is ready to get hitted. So now we will go to Postman and we will read our all note. So let's say in the first note I want to add this. We don't have that field right now, so here we will add. So for that we will copy our this ID as well. So first let's add our new request here. Name that request add document field, and make the route as we have specified in our node route folder, and let's make it put as we did it. As you can see, it is put, so the same we have to call, and add document field and /ID, so the same we are going to call. See, after that we have to pass some ID, so we will copy this ID. I have copied this ID and we will paste this ID basically. So now the moment we will run this in our read all nodes, there will be one new field with the name that we gave here. Name we gave, as we can see, newly added field, right? So, and with the value, some dummy value. So let's fire it now in the add document field. As you can see guys, it said nodes added successfully, acknowledged true, modified count 1, upserted IDs null, upserted count 0, matched count 1. So let's see. And after that we are printing the entire node. So see, in the last it added newly added field with our value, some dummy value. Even if I will run read all nodes, so see, in the first only it will have, but in the second it will not have, as you can say, in the second document, in the third document it will not have, and so on. But this is not right way, right? We want to add that field in entire document, otherwise it will be not good schema, right? Like some document is having some field and some other document is not having that field at all. This is not good schema. Whatever you are having in this one field, entire document field should be similar and equivalent. So now we will see how to add this field in entire document in one shot. So two modifications we have to do here, guys. First, see, here we are saying update 1. As you can see in the documentation, MongoDB is saying it will update a single document in the collection. So but here we will use, instead of update 1, we will use update many. And MongoDB will ask, okay, I know if you want to update many, but which many? Right now MongoDB don't know that you want to update it, only know, okay, you want to update multiple document at one, but which document you want to explicitly specify to MongoDB. So we have two options. Either we can say to MongoDB that match all the document who is having this ID, who is having this ID, or otherwise MongoDB is saying if you will pass simply empty array without any filtering, then we will get to know, okay, if you want to update many document and inside filtering is all document. So we will do this, and what we want to update this field. So what this will do now is, and in the request param we will keep asking ID, but this time we are not using this ID, just we will ask it. So what this time it will do it, MongoDB inside this our DB, it will get all the document and it will update it. So let's save it. Our server ran successfully, as you can see it. Let's again head over to Postman, and again I will fire it. So this time this newly added field and dummy value should also be in the second node and in the third node as well. So let's go here and fire it. See, now it is saying modified count 2, because in one MongoDB checked that okay, in first document this field already exists. So if we would have given some different value, then it would have been updated that value, but since value was the same, so MongoDB is saying we have left that first document at all and we have only modified remaining two document. And what it did in the remaining two document, let me run read all note API and it will fire it. Now you can see this document is also having newly added field, second document is also having newly document field, third document is also having newly document field. That's how it works. Or let's, for example, I will change this value to updated dummy value. So what it will do is, in one shot in entire document it will update this value for this field only. So in this way we are also doing batch update, right? How to do batch update, but be very sure while doing any batch operation, because it can update or make changes to your entire data. So be very careful. So now just we are seeing, will it update this value to the entire document or not. So let's just save it. It got saved, and let's run it again. So this time the value is some dummy value in all the document, but once we run this API, the value should be updated dummy value, right? So let me fire it. Now see, it is saying modified count 3, because first MongoDB it checked that okay, this field is in all, but after that it checked okay, value is different, so value I have to change in all. So maximum note we have all is the 3 nodes. So in all 3 it has updated the value. That's why it is saying modified count 3. If I will see in read all node, I have to fire it again. See, newly added field and the value is updated dummy value as we have given the API. In the second also updated dummy value, in the third also updated dummy value. So that's how our batch operation work. So we can also close this add document. Now let's head over to our next API. So add document we did, and we can mark this done. So our next API is remove document field. So remove document is also very important, guys. Let's assume I have some field, but we are not using that field inside our document. So why to spend our server bandwidth and all those things if we are not using that field at all? So we can also remove that field. So how we can remove that field? In the same way, nothing will change, just simply shorthand of the MongoDB will change. So for that, we will copy this entire method itself, entire thing, and we will name it remove document, right? So we will name it remove document. Instead of add document field, we will name it remove document field. And everywhere where it is add, we need to call remove. Fine. And let me first modify everywhere. After that we will discuss the theory, how we are going to do it. Here it will be also remove, note removed successfully. Here it will be also note remove failed, note removal failed, error we are passing. Fine. Here just it will be remove result, so that we can see remove result. And these guys we can remove, no need to waste our server bandwidth. This we can remove safely. So now let's see, if for remove, guys, for remove what we have to do is everything will be same. For remove, inside set shorthand we have to call it unset. That's it. After that, MongoDB will remove the same update many if you want to remove this from entire document, or update one if you want to remove from some particular document, that will apply. So as of now, let's say I want to remove update this entire field and its nested value from one particular ID. So I will use filter here. Instead of this empty bracket, I will use filter, so that it can know, okay, from only that I have to update. So after that we will also see how to remove this field from entire document. But before that, guys, one thing I want to make sure, I want to let you know. See, in our example, this field is only having simple plain string value, but in normal use case, in live some project, it can have nested collection. Inside that collection it can have nested documents. Inside that documents it can have nested array. Inside that array again it can have array. Again it may have something else. So the moment you are deleting some field, it will delete that entire nested value as well. So be very careful with that. While, and even more careful if you are performing bulk update or bulk delete, be very, very careful with that. If your data is in the production, then it may cause you some issues. So now our API got modified, but since we have to build route also, and route we are going to build a note route. So for that we have to export it. So let's copy this API function name, and in the export array just export it. And now here we can use it to build our route. So router, so since it will be delete operation, so we can safely use delete. And we will also ask ID, because first we will update with that id only, slash for id colon and note id I will use it. From where we are referencing in from the nodes controller, and what is the name of that method? Remove document is the name of that method. So now our API route is ready. Now we have to save it so that we can use this API. I will hit Alt S, it will save an entire file, and node 1 did his work. It has restarted the server as well. Fine. So this time what it will do is I will open Postman and let's build one new route, new request. What will be the name of this request? Remove document field. This will be delete. Let's build a route as we have specified. So instead of add document, I will make it remove document. And guys, our ID will be same. One ID we have already copied from this one. So 1D4E, 1D4E. So this is first ID. So now we are firing it. So what it will do is only from this ID it will remove that field and its entire nested value as well. So let's fire it. So it is saying note removal failed. Why it is saying? It is saying note removal fail because see, with filter we have used update many. With the moment you are passing some key value inside filter, then you have to always use update. See here, update 1. And one more mistake we made, guys. Just you have to figure it out. Let's see who will first figure it out. The second mistake we made is in the what we have to update, we passed here add document. It should be remove document. See, when you are copy pasting code, this type of issue will happen. Just calmly one by one review what all the parameter, what all the value needs to change. No need to worry. So we have fixed our mistake. Now let's again head over to Postman. Now fire it. See, note removed successfully. Modification count 1. It only modified 1, and it is saying match count was only 1 because we are saying update only 1 whose ID will be this. So of course it will be only 1. So now let's see it has removed it or not. If I will go to read all notes, so first document ID we passed. Right now it is having the ID because this is the stale data, this newly added. Now if I will fire this, that ID should be not there. Let's see. See, damn, that ID is not there. But in second, this newly added field is there. In third also newly added field is there. If we want to remove from all in one shot, then again as we did in the add document field, we will do in remove as well. We will tell MongoDB that update many, not only one, update many, but it will ask what many. Even after many, you have to give him the some identification. So for that I will say update all. So the moment we passed empty bracket, now node is no, okay, we have to update all. And in this update it will be unsetting, meaning removing that field from all documents. So now let's save it. We will save this. Fine. And I will open the Postman. So this time, as you can see, guys, see, this time third document and second document is having this field. The moment I will fire this API, those field will not have that as well. And our modified count will be 2 and our matched count will be also 2. Let's see. Damn, see. Our modified count 2 and matched count it got 3 because it has iterated through all the document, but our modified count is 2 because it only removed from the 2, because from the 1 it was already removed. So let's see our read all note. Let's refresh it, reload it, and now you can see we don't have that field now, nor in the second and neither in the third. Now we are safe. So we also did remove document in a very clean and precise way. And see, since we are using try and catch in the production API, I am using exactly same formation of code, nothing different at all. Okay, even when I am doing some freelancing or some of my own website or some project, exactly in the same way, exactly in the same format I am using, guys, be it the folder structure or the file name, or be it the way I am making the method, way I am building the route, exactly in the same way I am using. This is the best practice you should follow. So we also did remove document. Let's our head to the next API, remove document. We can also mark this done. Now next API is searching node by title. So this one is going to be very important. Like if you have data, and almost all user-centric applications, be it web app or mobile app, these days they require searching functionality. So how we can do searching in the Node.js? So for searching, guys, it is little bit complex, because in searching we are going to use one advanced Node.js concept called indexes. So first let me give you theory how searching work in the Node.js. So let's say you want to search this node. How you will search? By title you can search this node, right? Or max to max by content you will search this node, or by tag you can also search, or all the node is true or done, by that also you can search, right? So let's say first case we want to search this node by the heading of the node. So what MongoDB will is saying as how you can do is, you can create one index, and inside that index you can tell that this field of that document will be searchable. So the title, in this case we will say, and the moment we will perform search operation, node will give us, node will iterate through entire document's title only. But in some scenario we also want to include the content as well. So Node.js will also include content as well. So that we have to add in our indexing. Okay, so for that we will very quickly copy the API name, search nodes by title, so that we can build the API function. Now we are going to do this. We will write constant search. It will be a synchronous function. I will take request, response, and next. Fine. Now we want to search it. So for that I will head over to the Chrome browser, and this is my DB. So here right now I have one search index. So how you can create index is by the code also you can create, and by the MongoDB Atlas therefrom also you can create. Both are easier, whatever you prefer. So how we can create is, see, you have to go inside the create indexes and see this button. As you can see the create index, you have to click on this, and after this it will ask you how you want to create. I will say I want to create in the drag and drop, or it in the visual editor. So you have to click next. It will ask what will be the name of your index. So let's say I will name it second index. After that it will ask what will be the DB. It will be nodes DB, and inside nodes. Okay, again it will ask next. Now it will ask just you have to hit search index. After you will hit search index, let's do it only. I will hit search index. So it says you are all set. While we are creating your index, it may take some time based on your documents size inside your DB. So now second index will take time, but in the first index I already did those things. Just you have to go inside that, and inside field mapping you have to map the field. So you can also say all. If you will say all, then it will search inside your entire not all field, but that is that will require more server bandwidth, right? So what I said is I have specified only some field, title and ID. So ID is by default, you cannot omit this ID, but what I am saying is while I am searching, search only by the heading of the node. So the title I specified here. If you want more field, then you can add here by going to the edit option, or if you want all, then you can simply click on all. Okay, this is very simple, just as I have shown you. Log into your MongoDB Atlas, go to the index page, and there simply click on the create index, and after that, as I have shown you, this is simple two-step process you can do. So since I will use my first node only, so I will remove this. We are not going to use, but let's say if we want to use again, we can create. So I will delete this index. I will use my first index only, that will search by the heading of the node. So let's see how. Now we are done with the indexing. Now let's see how to do this node searching inside the code, right? So what we will do for that is we will use something called the projection in node, because searching will be little bit different query than normal. So first we will write our search query, constant our query, and we will pass one array, and this is a shorthand for MongoDB. You have to pass text shorthand, as we have kept passing remove, replace, set, unset. In the same way, text is a shorthand when you want to search through the indexes. So now text, now MongoDB is asking what you want to search. So again, search is a shorthand for MongoDB $search. After that, MongoDB is asking what you want to search. So here guys, this will be the query. Upon that, you will iterate through heading of all the nodes inside your all the document, and MongoDB will give you the result in the form of the projection, and that projection we will iterate in the loop, and we will display in the our API. So right now the query, manual query, I can also add MongoDB, but simply I will take this query from the request param. So simply I will write request dot params dot, and I will make it the query. Later we will assign it. So this is the first step. This is MongoDB shorthand. We have just simply passed our query, by that we want to search, and this query we will pass while fetching all the node. So for that, what we will do is, second step is you have to write constant projection. This is again our array. I will call it constant projection, and it will be array. Inside is ID I am passing 0, and title I am passing 1. So what I did here guys is, inside the projection, MongoDB is saying whatever field you want to get of document in this search result, if you will specify by 0 follow with that field name, then that field we will not return, and if you will specify 1, then we will return that field, and explicit and implicitly entire field is omitted. Okay, so this is to save our bandwidth, because search is by default a complex and heavy bandwidth operation, and if in this search we will return entire field of our entire document, in our case it is only 5 field guys. See, in our case it is only 8 to 9 field, but in real world application the field maybe go to 100. So MongoDB is saying you have to explicitly and implicitly omit and emit the field, include and exclude the field. So what we are saying is title will be by default included. Okay, so if I will remove this, then title will be by default included. So let's see, in this search title will be also there, ID will be also by default, but what I am saying is title and one, meaning I am saying Node.js I want ID, that is by default, and title only want along with the ID. After that, no other field it will return. If you want some more field, then you have to write content and one, in the same way. If you want again more field, tag, you have to return one. Okay, so let's do it. And third step, now by using this query and projection, we have to call our read operation. So what I will do is, I will use variable fetch nodes to store our all the projected search result in this node, and as of now I will make it empty array. Second step is constant, you can say result, I will make it search results equal to, it will be normal sync call, so I will call nodes collection dot find. So inside find, what we wanted to find, this query we wanted to find, that we already prepared, right? So inside find, let's add this query. Now node we have to write project. What project will do is to search, it is heavy operation, so for that we can't do it in a normal API normal read operation, be it get fetch all or fetch one, we can't do that here. So for that MongoDB gave us one option, the projection. So in the project, if you will see here, it will add a project state to the aggregation pipeline in order to strictly tie this function. So in the project we will pass our projection. So this project we are doing simply to limit the field of document that MongoDB will return if the search will match. If you don't want, then you can omit this project, but while implementing searching in real world application, this projection is very much required to save your server bandwidth. So in the projection we are saying MongoDB, okay, if the query will match with any of the document with heading, then I only want this 3 field of that document as a result, and ID will be by default there. If you want to omit the ID, then you have to write the name of that field and 0. 0 means exclude it and 1 means include it. And one more rule with this is, whatever you have explicitly excluded, again explicitly you can't include it. So this rule, and vice versa, this rule you have to follow while doing the projection. Whatever explicitly you have included, you can't again explicitly exclude it, and the vice versa. So we also prepared our query, but since this is projection, it will give you a document in different way. Either we can call it to array, it will also work, but if we don't want to call to array, then we will simply iterate it. We will simply write await and our search results dot, we will use for loop and we will get one element, and we will simply use a function, and inside that one element what we will simply do is, in fetch nodes we will push each element. Nice, just very simple thing did, because the result of projection is not a simple array. So if you want, you can also, instead of declaring one empty array and iterating through for each loop and again one by one all the result appending in that empty array and then using this empty array, instead of this simply you can also pass to array. Internally it will also do the same thing, but I am trying to do things in a more hardcore way so that you can learn and understand what is going inside it. To array anytime you can use, no one is asking you, but to array internally they are also doing the same thing. So that's why I am doing it in hardcore way. So we got all the field, now we have to return it. So for returning, I will again look for some copy pasting. I will copy this message and let's, in the try catch, if you want, you can also wrap it here. You have to, there you have to handle the error block as well, but you already know how to handle it. You have to wrap this entire thing in the try catch, and inside try you have to throw this response, and inside catch you have to throw something with the error response. So all I will here search, right, nodes searched successfully, and we will use fetch nodes here, right. Total let's call it total search, and let's also print the fetch nodes. Let's also return all the fetch nodes. So this is done. So our search API is also done. Again I will, before calling, again I will summarize it how we did it. So what Node.js is saying is, as of for now, forget this projection. This we are simply doing to limit the number of field that we will get of each document when our search query got matched. So as of now, forward this. So for searching, this is a shorthand sort of thing for the Node.js. If you want to search, then you have to write this right now. And second thing, you have to create indexes. So right now in our MongoDB Atlas, we have created index for the title of the node. It will only iterate through all the title of all the documents. If you want to add more field, then as I have shown you, if you want to add all field, then you can simply choose all. And if you want some 1 to 2 more field, then you can explicitly add it as I have already shown you. So it's very simple. Just only catch is you have to create index, because searching is some different operation, and MongoDB internally uses some advanced algorithms for that. So that's why they require the indexes. So now we got wrote our API. So now we will expose this API. For that we have to create the route, and to create the route we have to export it, because our routing is in some different file folder. So we will export it. Now we have exported it. Now we will go to node routes. Here we will call it router dot. So this is search operation. So this will be get. How we will search, and if you have remember our search query in the request param itself, I am asking, see, request dot param dot query with the name. So I will copy this query, and I will go to nodes route. I will dynamically get this query, and now I will reference the API nodes controller name. Name will be search nodes by title. Fine. Our API route is ready for that. So always keep model.export later. Okay. So how we are doing model.export, this all we have explained in the very first part of the video. There we have created a node project from very scratch. We just simply created a folder. Inside that folder, first we added package.json, and after that all the required modules, all the dependency, all the packages. After that we have created folder structure. After that we have created all the file inside those folder. After that we hit build our server in the index.js. After those all things we already did. If you are having any doubt about them, then just go to the first video. I will put link in the description, and just bust that. Since this is advanced, so I'm not going to describe anything about the project and at all. Just I will simply focus on the actual API call that we are doing right now. So our route is ready. Last step, we have to save this so that our server can got restart. So let's see, we have 3 nodes with the ID Node.js MongoDB. Second ID is also the same. Third also is also the same with the copy, of course. Now let's add this request. Name will be search by title. Let's call this, and search param, search query in the request param itself we are asking. Although this is not good way to ask. In the query param you have to ask the search query, but for the sake of simplicity, in the query param you can also ask in the same way. Nothing difference at all. So query, this time I will say Mongo, and if I will fire it, it will give me all the document. By since we are also using projection with the search, so it will give me all the document will having only this field, title, content and tag, and id by default it will have. If you want to exclude the id, then you have to write, as I have already discussed, id and 0 meaning field name followed by 0 meaning it will exclude that field in the result of document if it had got any match with your search query, and 1 meaning it will include that field, and by default explicitly entire field is excluded the moment you are using projection. Explicitly each field you have to define. So right now we also want id, so we will include the id. By default id is included. So now let's go to Postman, and now let me fire it Mongo. It is saying total search 0. It hasn't found anything. So let's check in our document. Mongo is not a field in our heading of node. See, there is nowhere Mongo. What if I will search by by? So let's search by now. Then by is having in every field, so it should return me 3 document. So with by it is also not giving, maybe capital case it is. So let me search like this. Okay, with this it is also not giving. Have I printed fetch nodes.push? So one more thing we can do is we can print these nodes also, so that we can get to know. Console.log. I will print the element. So what may have happened is maybe we have created our we have updated this, something wrong secondary primary it is saying, but let's try again. What is the issue? In the query also it is not printing. So let's remove the title and content, and let's see now. So okay, what guys, if I will search MongoDB. Okay, got it guys. So what I found is their searching is not that much of accurate, very exact, but you have to type. By they were not recognizing, I don't know why, although by was there. They were recognizing MongoDB, they are recognizing advanced. Let me check advanced they are recognizing or not. Okay, advanced. So okay, advanced they are also recognizing. They are giving me 3, and see id by default they are giving me, and title I have explicitly said I want title also. If I don't want id as well, because id they will project by default in the projection, so I will id followed by 0. Now id will be not there. Let's check, restart it, go to Postman. Now id will be not there, only title will see, only title will be there. Okay, so if along with title I want some more field, let's say it content, it should be 1. Restart it, go to Postman, again it will be have content also. See, but the issue is the more field you will include, the more bandwidth it will require. But one issue I found with the MongoDB search, their searching is not so accurate. For that you have to write your own wrapper, right, to like lowercase, and for all those things you have to write your own wrapper, and your query and your response should be get passed to that wrapper or through that filter, you can say, or with that funnel, then your search will be accurate. Or maybe the reason is I am in the MongoDB indexes. If I will go right now, here with the title only I'm searching. I can also do with the all, then it will be even more accurate. Okay, right now with the title only I am doing. You can also do by the all, but since I don't want to decrease my server bandwidth, that's why I will simply did with the specified option. You can also do with the all, and you can add even more options in this. From this drop down, this drop down will have entire field of your document: content, created, add, is completed. Let's say I will add content. This time it will also have content, but since this is indexes, it will take some 2 to 3 minute time. Okay, so now let me check which indexes it is saying or not, giving me result or not. You have to save it. Okay, you have to save it, not an issue. But since I will not save it, because in the same way it will search, not an issue, right? In the same way it will give you result. But little bit issue I found with this. They are searching how very exactly query you have to pass, but this you can handle. So this was our next API. I will minimize this. Searching also we did. How we did? We have created the indexes, and after that we used also projection, and we also used shorthand for the searching, that is text and search shorthand, and we passed our query inside that we got from the request param, and we used the projection, and from projection we used for each loop, and we got our all the result. So this was little bit tricky and advanced and complex as well. Now let's head over to next API. So next API is read notes paginated. So before pagination, guys, because pagination is the combination of two things: skipping the result and limiting the result. So why not to do these two APIs first, 14th and 15th. After that we will do reading note, so that you can have better clarity how these things are going inside. Okay, so now let's first do skipping the return results. Skipping it, I will copy the name. I will write constant skip return result. It will be a synchronous call. I want request, I want response, I want next. Okay, so a skip, so it will be, guys, as usual, simple call. Okay, so it will be simple read call. So for that, what we will do is we will simply go to any read operation API that we already did. Let's say read all note. We'll copy this entire thing of read all note. We'll go to this skip result API and we'll paste it. Now just we will change all skipped notes fetched successfully. So what here we have to do with the skipping is simply after find we have to write a skip. We have to write a skip. Okay, skip skip is a method. It will. So what in the skip they are saying is how many number of record you want to skip. So as of now, let's say I want to skip only 2. So what it will do is skip B in whatever order this your find is giving you result from the top, it will exclude or it will skip your specified number of results or your specified number of documents. Fine. So now we have skipped 2 document, so it will only give us 1 document because our total document count is 3, and this find, in the find we are passing empty array, meaning we want all the document, and our all document in this notes is only 3, and we are skipping 2 from the beginning, so it should give us only 1. So let us save this, and we want to expose this API, so we have to build a route as well, and to build a route as usual we have to export this so that we can use in Node route. So for exporting we will copy the name and we will export it here. Now we will go to nodes route and we will build a route, router dot, and since this is get getting fetching something, so this will be get and this will be the name, and we don't want any ID here, so simply we will reference the method nodes controller. What is the name of method? A skip result. Now save the entire detail, and node has restarted the server. Now go to the postman. Inside postman, let's build this endpoint. Go to add request, copy, let's say anyone, change the endpoint. Now our skip is working fine. If see here, there is nothing different between read all and in skip. In read all, whatever skip will only one thing do, in whatever order, in whatever quantity you are getting your result from the beginning, it will skip those number of documents that you have specified inside your skip method. As of now here I have specified 2, so it will give me only 1 document. Let me fire it and let me show you. It will give me only 1 document. See here, see total nodes 1, because from the beginning our total document was only 3 and we are skipping 2 from the beginning, so only 1 left, so we got only 1. So if I will do a skip only 1 document, so we will get 2 and restart the server. Let's head over to postman again. So if we will skip it, now it should give us 2 result because we are skipping only 1. Let's check it. Damn, see our result is 2 because we are skipping only 1 from the top. In the same way we will achieve pagination by using both skip and limit. Okay, so that we will also see. And one last time, I don't want to skip any at all, so I will pass 0, save the server, node1 restarted it again, head over to postman. Now this time it should give me entire 3 result because in the skip I am passing 0. See, it gave me all 3 because I am passing 0 in the skip. So now our skip API is also done. I will minimize it. Now let's go to the next API from our list. Our next API is limit return result. See, limit is very important, guy. By using a skip and limit only, we do the pagination, advanced pagination, or you can also say sorting. So after that, sorting we will also do. So by using a skipping, limiting and sorting, we build our powerful paginated data by using these 3 functions. That's why first I am going through this 3 function, then I will go to the pagination so that you can understand in a better way. So now let's go to next, limiting the result. So limit, I will copy this entire method because limit will be also the same. I will paste it, and for the skip I will change it limit, and a skip I will change it to limited. But instead of a skip, guys, here you have to simply write limit. And limit meaning a skip was how much record you want to exclude from the beginning, and limit is how much record you want to send in one call. So right now we have 3 API, 3 document, so I want to send only 1 document. Okay, so I have saved it. Now let's test this API. What it will do is, from the top it will only give me 1 document. See, one thing you have to know is a skipping and limiting will always work from the top of your result. A skip will also exclude or skip some document from top only, top to bottom, and limit will also limit from top to bottom. Okay, in whatever data your find operation has gave you, instead of this find all, I can also write find one, and whatever scenario may be, limit and skip will work on that. Okay, so let's build a route for this. So first step, export it. I have exported it. Now build the route. Let's go to the router. Limit is again get operation, because we are reading something, we are fetching something, and here we don't need any dynamic value. We will so simply we will call nodes controller, and we will reference the API function. We will save it, and node1 has restarted it. So now let's check it in the Postman. Build one more route. One more request in the Postman. Name this limit result. Copy any route and just change the endpoint. Now it will give me only one result. See, total nodes 1 from the top. Always a skip and limit will always work on from top to bottom with whatever data set you have. It will always work from top to bottom. Fine. So we got 1. If I will limit it by 2, as you can see, it will give me 2 results. I will limit it by 2, and I will save the change it. Server got restarted. As you can see here, I have minimized the debug console. So now again I will fire. This time it should give me 2 results. See, it give me 2. So basically limit and skipping is very interdependent, and this we use for the pagination. Now you may think, okay, what limit and skipping is doing, but wait just a minute. Now after sorting the node, we will implement pagination, and there you will see how in a fine-tuned way it will help us to achieve pagination. Okay, so now let's go. Our limit is also done. Head over to our list. So skipping also we did, limiting we also did. Now before going to pagination, let's go to sorting, right? So for sorting also I will copy the entire method. Sorting is also somewhat same. I will copy this entire method, and I will name this, or whatever in our API it is named. I will copy this name, that is sort results. Sort result. Okay, here also. So now for sorting you have to prepare one array. Now this limiting we will remove, and now above that we will prepare one constant array, and we will name it sort. And let's see now what sorting says is with what value you want to sort it. So let's say first of all I want to sort it in very simple way. There are 2 ways of sorting. First, very simplistic sorting based on the created at that MongoDB internally store for your each document. If you will pass -1, then it will return your entire document in the descending order, and if you will pass the +1, then it will return your entire document in the descending order. That is first way, like this. Pass it here -1, 1, right? So but for that you have to pass some field, guys. Now we have to pass -1. So what -1 will do it, it will sort your result by the created at field, but -1 and +1 tells the MongoDB in which order to sort it. So now our array is ready, so we'll simply write dot sort, and inside sort, as you can say, it is asking the key or keys set for the sort, right? Keys or keys. So if simply you will pass here -1, as I have said you, this is first way. See, if right now we will not use this field way. Field sorting by field and by the order is little bit advanced and complex. Right now we will simply want to sort our entire node in the descending order. -1 meaning descending order and the +1 meaning ascending order. This is a direction. So let's do it by the -1. So right now, how without any field node will sort it? Internally for your each document, MongoDB have some copy of some identification, be it the timestamp or be it whatever, it will sort by that. So now we will save our changes and we will use our this API. So to make the route, we have to export it. We will export it. Now we have to build the route. We'll go to our router. This again sorting is also fetch operation, so we will write get our API name, and we are not asking anything dynamically in the request param and nor in the body, so we will simply reference our API method. API method name is sort result. So now we will save it. NodeMon restarted our server. Now we will head over to Postman as usual. Limit result we will minimize. We will add one more request inside Postman. The name of request will be sort result and API endpoint will be sort result. And since we are not passing anything, let's see. Now okay, it gave some error. Now let's check what is the error. It is saying -1 sort must be a valid object. So -1 sort must be a valid object. So it gave this -1 guys gave error. You have to pass some this -1 with the field directly. Direction is not working. So we can, as we can see here in the timestamp also we did. So we will simply pass our entire sort array. Let us save this. MongoDB and NodeMon restarted. Let's fire it again. See, we have sorted by the ID in the descending order and it gave us the result by the field created it. So in the same way, you can use sorting is also very simple as limit and as a skip. Just you have to pass the field by which field you want to sort, and you have to pass the direction or order in which order you want to sort the entire result by that field. So this you can do while sorting. So now we also did our sorting. Very simple. In the Postman we will save our sorting and we will minimize this sorting. Now we are ready for our pagination. We are ready for our pagination. This is our pagination, read paginated node. We are very much ready for it. We will copy this method. Now we know how to limit the result. We also know how to skip the result. Along with we also know how to sort the result. So now we will in a clean and very simple way we will do the limiting of result. So let's build the API for this. Come below. Our API will be constant. Read nodes paginated. Async. These days guys, your entire read operation should be in pagination. Pagination is one of the most important thing in the backend. So you may have 1 lakh sets of document, 1 lakh sets of data. Without pagination, you can't return those to the client. It will take entire bandwidth of your server in a single shot. So pagination saves our bandwidth as well, and it gives user also some clarity to see. So our API is ready. How our API method is ready, sorry. So for sorting page number we need, guys, you must have seen in some websites they are using page number for sorting. So page number basically tell us we will also going to use page number. So if you will go to, and our page number we will start from 0. If you want you can also start your page number from 1, but we will start from our page number from 0. In 0 page we will display 2 document, in 1 page again more 2, in 3rd page again more 2, until we have entire document displayed. So, and since we have only 3 document in our API right now, we will insert some more document so that we can do the pagination. I will simply use this API, I will call more documents insertion. So this is batch write API, guys. This we already wrote, right? This batch write API in the first part, in the second part only we wrote. Now we are using this batch write. So at one shot it will create 3 documents, so that while pagination we can demo it. So it created all again 3 documents with these 3 IDs. Again I will call it pagination. I will call it efficient pagination in Node.js and MongoDB. Here I will also call node mongo pagination. Now we have 9 sets of data. If I will call read all nodes, you can see we have 9. It is enough for the pagination, right? So we will exit this API. Now we can build our pagination. So the idea is, from the request param we will ask the page number. So, and we will take that page number, and by using that page number we will write our very own formula by using a skipping and resulting for the pagination. So let's do it. First thing first, we will take page number, variable page number equal to request dot params dot page number. This we will take from the request param. Second, let's sort it also. Let's apply sorting, filtering, limiting and pagination all inside this, so that our API can be more efficient. I will sort it by the created at. In which order? In ascending order, let's say. Now let's limit it. So limit, as you already know, how much document in one page you want to return. Since we have less data, we will return only 2 documents in a page, so that we can see normal 10, 20, 15 based on your data set, based on your device size. If it is mobile, then you can return 5. If it is desktop, then you can return 10 and more. But as of now, I will return only 2 documents in one page. Third, a skip. So here we are going to write one formula for the skip. So each time on each new page we have to skip some result. So how we will skip that? Let's imagine if we have page number 0, then we don't have to skip any result from the top to bottom. As I have already said, skipping and limiting will always work from top to bottom direction. So on each page we have to skip some result that we don't want, and we have to limit as well in each page. So for that we will write one formula, and we will call that a skip. A skip equal to page number into limit. See, this is a formula for a skip, and this skip we will use in our read operation. So that's it. So on each page, whatever page number we have, if we have page number 2, and then we will multiply 2 by the limit to 4. So each time in the 2 page number we will skip 4 result. So now that's it guys for the pagination only. Now we will simply use these all 4 value to build our, to call the fetch API. Simply I will call constant all nodes equal to, it will be synchronous operation awaits, from where we are fetching this, from nodes collection dot find. We are finding all, so we can pass empty array. After that our process will start. Now first we will sort this. How we will sort this? By sort. After sorting we will limit this. How? By our already specified limit. Now after limit we will skip this. How? Skip we also described a skip. Now this entire we want in 2 array. So 2 array. That's it guys. That's it. Our API. That's it. First we did finded all the documents inside this nodes collection, entire document, by passing empty bracket. After that entire document we sorted it by the created at field in the ascending order. After that we limited it only 2 document in each API call. After that we have skipped it. A skip is very important for the pagination, and for the skip we wrote one line formula called page number multiply by limit. That we also did. After that entire result we got in the 2 array. Now we will use some response code to return this. Let's say this one, and below this you can also wrap this in the try catch if you want, or let's wrap it, because wrapping with the try catch is always very good practice. So let's wrap with the try catch. In the success I will send this, or in the error I will send this. I will call this failed. It must be some internal server error, so 500, and I will call this pagination failed. Pagination failed, and instead of this I will simply pass error object so that we can know and fix the issue. Now let's look into this. Total nodes that we will get in that page, that we will print, that we will also return. Okay, fine, all nodes, and all nodes count we are also giving. So apart from that we will also write page number. Okay, and if you want one more thing we can pass total, or it's fine, this only we need. And now our sorting, now our pagination is fully ready. This API became a little bit long, but our pagination is fully ready. We wrote one simple formula and we are handling all the scenario. Now we will simply build the route for it. For building the route we have to export it, and for export we have to we have to copy this only to export, so that we can, now we have exported it. Now let's build a route for it. Come to here in the nodes.route, router dot, again it will be fetch operation, so it will be get only. This time request this page be required here, right? So dynamically we will call it page num, and we will fetch it from nodes controller, name is read nodes paginated. Just make sure page name is the exact name that we are calling here. See, here we are calling page number, so we have to change either this to page num or either this to page number. Just it should be exactly same. Now our routes are ready, our pagination API is ready. Just we need to save this. So we will save this, and as I have said, in one page we are returning 2 documents, and since we have total 9 documents, so and our page is starting from the 0, so we will have 4 page, right? So let's go head over to Postman and build a route. Add new request, name it notes read notes paginated, so that we can use the same. Name it read notes paginated, call any API and ask read notes paginated, and it will be get operation. See, if I will simply pass this API, our API will be not reachable, because our API everything is same, but only one thing is missing. It is also accepting some request query object here, so that we also have to pass. So let's pass it 0. So this time from top it will return us 2 result. You can see here 2 result, and page number is 0. It has returned us 2 notes. Let's pass page number 1. Again it will return us 2. Again it has returned us 2. Let's pass page number 2. Again it has returned 2 notes. Let's go to page number 3. Again 2. Let's go to page number 4. Again 1, because we only have 9 documents, guys. So on page number 4 it only returned us 1. Now if I will pass page number 5, then we will not have any data. See, it is saying 0. So, and this on each page number we are using this formula. On each new page number we are multiplying our page number with the limit, and that number we are skipping. So that's how pagination, that's how we do the pagination in almost any language in the same way. Okay, so our pagination is also done. Let's minimize this API. Now let's see what lifts. Updating array in a document and retrieving distinct value. So let's do this also. So retrieving distinct value, guys, we already discussed, I guess. So same, we will use the concept of projection here. So let's very quickly do this also. If we want to retrieve distinct value, so we will copy any read API. See, we will copy any read API, we will paste it, and name we will make it retrieve distinct value. So only one thing we have to add it here, guys. In the distinct, simply we have to write constant projection, because we in the I guess searching, in the searching, this projection we already discussed. That's it. This projection is only way to get distinct value, but still, since we have separate routes for it, we will do it. We will simply write projection array, and in this basically you have to give explicitly everything is not returned. The moment you will use projection to fetch all the value, so explicitly your entire value will be omitted. So implicitly you have to add all the value. And second rule, whatever explicitly you have omitted, implicitly you can't include it, and the vice versa. Only these 2 rules with the projection you have to got to know. First rule, the moment you will let's see, in find, the moment you will attach project and our array, so all the field of your all the document will be excluded. This is first rule. And second, if some field you have explicitly excluded, then implicitly you can't include it, and the vice versa. And one third more rule, id will be always by default included. If you want, you can exclude that, but right now let id be included by default. I want title, so title, if you want something to be included, then field followed by 1. Now, meaning now we want title, right? So title we want. So that's it, guys. It will, you can all nodes, all, you can name it all projected node fetch successfully. So let's see, it will return us all the node, but only it will have title and id by default. So let's build the route for it. To build the route, we will attach it, export it, and after exporting we will go to our route, and router dot still it will be also get operation, and we are not requiring any dynamic value. So simply we will write nodes controller and we will reference the API. Now we will save this so that NodeMon can restart our server. Now we will head toward Postman. In the Postman, reads paginated node we already did, so we will minimize it. We will add one new request, and the name of that request will be read distinct value, and inside that we will copy any route and just we will change the endpoint to distinct value, and let's fire it. It will give us entire 9 document, but see, only with the id and title field. That's it, guys, for the projection. See, but id is by default. For the projection, I told you 3 rules. First, whatever explicitly you have included, again you can't exclude it, and vice versa. Second, in projection, the moment you will attach in your fetch query, entire thing will be explicitly excluded. And third, id will be by default included. You can use, so let me now exclude the id. As you know, if you want to include any field, then field name followed by 1, and if you want to exclude any field, then field name followed by 0. So right now title I want to exclude, so id followed by 0, and let me save it and restart it. Let me again go to Postman. Now even id will be not there because id explicitly we have excluded it, only title we have included it. So let's fire it and check. See, now we have only title, right? No id at all. That's it. That's it, the projection work. So we can also save it and we can also mark it done, and we will also minimize it. So let's go to projection. So searching nodes by title also we did, pagination we also did, distinct node we also did, sorting we also did. So what left, guys? Only one, updating arrays in document. Fine. If you want to update arrays in document in a very straightforward way, we will simply call this entire method, and we will just change something over here. See, we will copy this method, so, and below we will paste it, and we will change the name as update in document, update array in document, update array in document. And we also need node id, meaning which field to update, and just change all the remove to update, update. Here you can also say update, here we can also call it update, here we can also call it update, here we can also call it update. Okay, now here we can also call it update. Update, update. Fine. Only one thing you have to remember while updating. As of now, this many you can also use, but I will use only one, update one. So this shorthand syntax, guys. For removing value we have used unset. For replacing we have used $replace. For adding we have used $set. For incrementing we have used $inc. So in the same way, if we want to update the field of array, so the syntax for that is push, $symbol and push, and after the push you have to have the name of your array. So in our case, in our document, we have only one array called stats, and let's see in stats I want to update the heading of this stats. So I will write stats. See here, if I want to update, then no guys, so this we can also use, but this is little bit for advanced update case. Simply we will prepare our data here. Let's do it. We will prepare our data here only. We will write simply $symbol set only, because we are updating something in the array, so we will write set only, and the name of array is the stats, stats, and in stats what we want to update, dot title. We want to update title. Let's see, stats dot headings. Okay, sorry, stats dot heading. I want to update stats dot heading. Okay, with what I want to update stats dot heading? With updated heading. Fine. So in this way, the name of array in the string form and dot symbol and after the field of that array, and in this way, even if it is one more array, let's say in the stats array we have one more array called detail array, and inside that we have to update one more field, and again we will go to detail array and again dot and again the field of that detail array. In this way we will update array. Very simple. So we were earlier using this way, so this way normally we don't use. So this is some little bit advanced array manipulation that we in 99% case we don't use. That's why I have removed it. In a simple way, at whatever nested it is, we will simply give the name of that array, dot. If it is array, then again the name of array, dot. If it is again array, then the name of array and the field name. So since we have only one array, stats, and in that array we have header to heading, and we wanted to update it to update heading. In the same way, guys, set we are using to update. If you want to replace, then again replace, increment, remove, whatever I have made in the earlier video, all you can use with the array as well. Okay, so notes array I will call it, note array update field. So this time I am updating only one array. Okay, that will match with the filter. If you want to update entire array, then you can simply, instead of this filter, you can write empty bracket, and instead of update one, you can write update many, in the same way as we did with all other functions. So let's save it. This was our last. So let's build the route. To build the route, we have to export it, and to export it we have to attach in the module.export, and now we have exported it. Let's go to the router dot, again it will be get request, get, oh sorry, it will be not get request, guide, since we are updating something, so it will be put request, sorry, my bad. So it will be push request. The name of the array and id we are asking, so it will be dynamic note id and now we will go to nodes controller and that method, and we will save it, guys, and node restarted it. So let's go to the postman, add one new request, go to the local host and build the routes. We have built it, and it's not get, it is put, and you have to also pass array. To pass the array, let's see, I want to update first one array field. Right now the field name inside the stats heading name is the stats heading, but I want to update it with, as you can see it, updated heading. So let's pass the ID and let's fire it. It says updated 1, modified count 1. Now let's check it, fire it one more time. See, damn, it is updated heading now. Earlier it was the stats heading. As you can see here it is hasn't updated, and in the third also it hasn't updated, because we have updated by filtering only update 1. If you want to update it all at one shot, then we can write update mini, and instead of this filter we will pass simply empty bracket. And if we will save it, and if again we will fire it, then entire document array will get updated to that. See now, okay, sorry, entire document array, see here, see it modified all 8, because we were having 9 array and 1 in the first attempt we did, so it modified entire 8 document with this. See, if I will fire read note again, then everywhere you will see updated heading, you can see everywhere, you can see updated heading. That's it. So in this way we have did. So let me save this request as well. So that's it, guys. We have today did 1 2 3 like almost 15 APIs, and believe me, these all APIs are, we can also mark this done, these 5 in the first part only, second part we did. So these all APIs are very advanced. Once you will go through this, just see how I am doing it. Like, this will give you enough confidence to build any type of Node.js backend with the MongoDB. Okay, we are having pagination, we are having sorting, we are having filtering, almost everything we are having. So this will give you enough confidence to build any type of backend in the Node. So don't worry, just go through the video and just see how I did it. Okay, so that's it, guys, and videos almost went 2 hours. Thank you so much for watching till here, and it is very much effortful, guys, to make the video. So drop your like, subscribe, and use my email if you want me to contact for freelancing or for some other purpose, and drop me a mail and drop me your opinion and thought where I should improve, what I am doing right and what I am doing wrong. Until then, be safe, be happy, and keep waiting for my videos. Thank you, guys. Thank you.